The regular meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board for Monday, June 5th, 2023 will be called to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Doreen, you please call the roll.
Rachel Henriksen.
Here.
Rick Meinking.
Here.
Roger Bailey.
Here.
Jennifer Ladd. Here. James Hebert.
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for May 15th, 2023. Are there any changes, admissions, corrections, amendments, quibbles? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. I'll
Sarah,
second.
and seconded by James Hebert. Doreen, please call for the vote.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Rick Meinking.
Abstain.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd. Yes. James Hebert.
Yes.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 4.01. The planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on amendments to the chapter 405 Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance. The proposal would allow designated affordable housing funds from residential projects to be used throughout Cumberland County. Eric?
I will actually defer this one to Autumn if she's ready.
Thank you, Eric. This is a request from Town Council to make a minor adjustment for from Town of Scarborough to Cumberland County to allow the Housing Alliance funds to be used for matching grant that the Town Council recently put into place.
Thank you. This is a public, open for public comment. Is there any person in the room that would like to make a comment? If so, please approach the podium, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes for that comment. Hearing none, is there anyone online? Hands up. Any hands?
No hands.
All right, thank you. In that case, I declare the public hearing closed. Does the board have any comments?
I just have one question. Is there something that defines, or do we have an ordinance that defines workforce housing versus affordable housing?
Yes, sir. We have it actually defined in our definitions.
So
Different.
this is totally different and we define workforce housing differently
Correct. This is for the fee and lieu funds, how they. can be
for
used.
affordable housing.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I have none. I'm certain, well, actually, now I do. I am certainly in support of affordable housing throughout Cumberland County. It's badly needed, and any efforts by the town of Scarborough to assist in that, I think are welcome. This now will go, and our comments will go to the town council for their action. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, 5.01, Backwoods BMP Manufacturing is requesting site plan review for a 6,600 square foot building addition to expand manufacturing and shipping capacity. The project also includes a parking lot expansion by formalizing the site access, updating landscaping, utilities, and addition of a dumpster. The property is further identified as one commercial road, Assessor's Map R78, Lot 12B for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Backwoods has worked with town staff to provide a site plan for a 6,600 square foot building addition. They've updated their landscaping and closed off one of the driveways that was proposed to provide for site access and management. Staff has provided a draft motion of approval for the board's consideration. One of the outstanding items from staff's perspective is the traffic impact fees, just determining where those 4 trips would be coming from. So we're happy to work with the applicant on that. And with that, I would turn it back to the board.
Thank you. This for the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Adrienne Fine. I'm a civil engineer at Teradyne Consultants, and I'll just give you a brief overview of the project. This is just a map showing you where the project's located. It's at One Commercial Drive. It's an industrial area located off of Rigby Road, off of Pleasant Hill Road. Next. This is the site today. The site currently is developed with a 6,000 square foot building, paved parking and gravel areas. It's operated as Backwoods BMP. They manufacture snowmobile parts, and the site's 0.94 acres and about 0.71 are currently impervious area. And the site is served with underground electric and overhead communication lines, a septic system, and a water line that actually comes into the back of the building from Portland Water District's main in the back. And let's see. Oh, and there's currently 12 employees in this building. And in the proposed development, we're proposing to add a 6,600 square foot building for the same operations, manufacturing snowmobile parts with up to 18 employees. And today there's 21 parking spaces on site in the paved area. We're adding 5 more to meet the requirements for this use. And so there will be 26 spaces. The 5 new spaces are this row on the western side. That includes ADA spaces as well as 2 electrical vehicle ready spaces with conduit run out to that location. And some of the paved parking area, today there's a large gravel area right here. It's just going to be cleaned up with landscaping and cleaning up the pavement in that area, but it is already paved here today. And then the part as you go east on the site, that will remain more in its current condition, just with restriping. This is a shared driveway to the east, so that will remain. And then this is also an existing driveway location, but it's going to be more formalized with the creation of these landscape islands and plantings on either side. The project will be served with a new propane tank, a new septic system that'll be located back here. It's not shown on this plan, but it meets all the setbacks. It's been designed by a septic designer. The water line, as I mentioned, is in the back of the building. That domestic line will remain. Portland Water District took a look at it and wanted that domestic line to remain, but we will be installing a new 6-inch water line for fire suppression service. There's also a new location for a dumpster right in front of the building here. And we've worked with the fire department to provide them with a turning template and make sure that the layout of the parking lot works for their access. And we're, I mentioned, we're cleaning up some open gravel areas here. We're also cleaning up some gravel here and planting those areas. So we're actually reducing the amount of impervious area on this site. It's less than an acre. It's less than an acre disturbed, and it's a reduction in impervious area. And per DEP standards, we don't need to treat stormwater on this project. But again, we're adding plantings to buffer around the building to help with erosion control and reduce any impacts. And we did work with a landscape architect to come up with this planting plan. Tony Mensch provided this plan that was submitted in the packet. He's a registered landscape architect. There was also a maintenance plan included with that. But we are requesting a waiver to allow these landscaped islands and landscape improvements to satisfy the landscaping requirements and not have to put an island in the middle of the parking lot somewhere. As I mentioned, this is a paved parking lot today with 21 spaces. We're actually only adding 5 new spaces. And because of the manufacturing nature and the industrial area, it really helps with the flow of the manufacturing and the parking to not have to interrupt that with landscaping, but this whole area along the road is really going to buffer the site from the road, as well as ensuring that the parking kind of remains in this way and doesn't become a big driveway. So with that, I'd welcome any questions, and the applicant Chet is here as well if there are any questions for him.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. If there is any member of the public in this room that would like to make a comment, please approach the podium. Is there any member of the public online? No. In that case, public comment period is over. And I will turn to the planning board. I'm not going to go down the line this time. I'm just going to ask folks who would like to go first. Rick Meinking would like to go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a little bit of a question. Maybe you could classify it as a concern as well. Looking at the photometrics, there is zero light at night around the dumpster, and parking lots 22 through 25 are also totally in the dark. I'm wondering how we could fix that. I can think of a quick fix on the dumpster area is possibly maybe a wall pack on the existing building. But I'm not sure how we can address having no light at all on those parking spots 22 through 25. And while I think the project is, there and meets everything in accordance with our ordinances, I don't think it's a kill item, but I do think that maybe there's a way we could work with staff and see if we can't, further define where we can get some light around that dumpster and around those parking spots.
Hello, everyone. I can speak on that area for sure. This is a project that I'm very proud of. So when it comes to, seeing the building or showing the building, if that's something you'd like more of, I'm all for it. But I will say, either the town or someone came through and just put some really nice new lights on that commercial drive. Also, the very large grow operation over there, which is towards that parking lot side, they have lots of lights. There's a large amount of light coming.
So are
in
you
through.
saying they bleed into the abutters?
Yes, I think that they are equally want to see the surrounding areas and make sure that people, and things are visible. There certainly is a good amount of light, but again, I'm not against additional light. I do think in person it is not of concern, but I don't mind more light.
I appreciate that, but I'm going based on the plans that are in front of me. And while we try our best to keep abutters from being impacted from another development's lights, I guess it's a level where I don't mean to throw it on staff, but I'm looking at it from a safety standpoint and strictly a safety. And I am not for lighting it up so it looks like a stadium. That's not my goal here. My goal here is all about safety. So I would just ask that maybe, I don't know, Eric, is that maybe a condition that we could put on, that we just take a look at that?
I think it's already done.
Oh, so he's written it in
Eric's
already.
been writing, so let's,
Okay, well then
But we
let's
will-
keep this
we'll
short
see
and
how it
sweet,
works.
huh?
Okay.
That's my only comment, Madam Chair. Thanks for bringing this to the board.
Excuse me, anyone else for a comment? No, I have a comment, and that is basically I'd like to compliment you on your application and your presentation. It was thorough, it was clear. When we see an application like this, it makes our job easier because we can fully understand what's going on, what you're asking for, the work you've done, and the background work that you've done. Saying that, I do have a draft motion. As soon as Eric is through writing in something on that line.
Trying to make it niche too.
And he's writing something and it would be legible. Backwoods BMP site plan review. I move to approve the project titled Backwoods BMP Site Improvements proposed by D3 Investments LLC as depicted in plan sets provided by Teradyne Consultants dated 5/1/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project will include construction of a 6,600 square foot building addition and paving and revegetation of the existing parking area. The project also includes a dumpster and enclosure, as well as landscaping and utility improvements. Waivers: 1, site plan review ordinance section 4D5B to allow a parking lot of 15 or more spaces without trees, islands, or grade changes. 25 spaces will be striped as part of the project. Conditions: 1, prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay traffic impact fees. This amount will be determined by working with planning department staff as described in the memo dated 5/15/23. B, provide formal approval from the Portland Water District. C, update lighting as discussed at the 6/5/23 Planning Board meeting. 2, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by James Hebert. Doreen, call the roll, please.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Rick Manking,
Yes.
and James Hebert.
Yes.
Project passes. Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
the
your
work you did.
time.
Item 5.02, Aaron Converse is requesting a site inventory and analysis review for a 126-room hotel at 63 Mussey Road, Assessors Map R55, Lot 17. Just as a reminder, there is no specific action required on this in terms of voting. It is a necessary part of passing the project on to the next phase. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Aaron Converse is looking for site inventory and analysis approval for a site at 83 Muzzy Road. The site inventory and analysis is the first phase of a 3-phase process of the plan development process in the zoning ordinance. It would be followed by a master plan where the board would need to set space and bulk regulations such as maximum building footprint, building coverage, and things like that. For the site inventory, its main goal is to discuss the developable and non-developable areas of the site to further enhance the detail for the master plan. The applicants work with staff on this project quite frequently and has come to the board with this site inventory. As you mentioned, Madam Chair, it requires no vote by the planning board. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Steve Kelsorenos with LaBelle Associates here on behalf of West 77 and Aaron Converse. As Mr. Sanderson explained, we're here for plan development approval or recommendation of approval for site inventory analysis and master plan. Primarily, the basis for this request is the hotel that's being proposed on this site is a 59,000 plus or minus square foot hotel. The underlying B3 zoning only allows for a maximum floor area of 30,000 square feet, I think, in total. Beyond that, there are no other real necessities for the request, but so that's why we're here to make that request tonight.
Thank you. This is available, item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment? Do we have anyone online? Raised hands. Thank you. Public hearing is closed. I'll turn this over to the board. James.
Madam Chair, I don't have any direct questions at this time. My concern is just again with the proximity of this location to Gallery Boulevard going into Lowe's at this portion. I think it's a lot of traffic there. I do like seeing that this connects to the intersection. But I guess I would like to reserve any question I have for the end, if I may.
Thank you. Yeah, as a reminder, we have 3 elements connected to this tonight, so we're taking them in order. I know it is going to be difficult to deal with first one, then the other, and then the third without things leaking over, and I understand that. Just try and keep it straightforward if we can. Not easy, but try. Roger.
I actually don't have any questions pertaining to this. I mean, as far as I can see, this is basically to allow them, to build the structure that they want by going through this format.
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Jen, Rick?
The only thing in the staff comments, it said, when was the last time there was a wetland delineation done?
We had performed a wetland delineation, LaBella Associates did. We provided a memo to the town indicating delineation was done and a request was submitted to Army Corps of Engineers to basically confirm the delineation and confirm there are no jurisdictional waterways or wetlands on the site.
All right, so that confirmation is coming.
It's coming, correct?
Okay. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
That's all I have. We are done with the site inventory and analysis section and are able now to move on to the next item on the agenda. Item 503, Aaron Converse is requesting a master plan review for a 126-room hotel at 83 Mussey Road, Assessors Map R55, Lot 17. Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the second step in the plan development process. As Roger and it has been mentioned previously, since this project is proposing to exceed the allowed floor area per unit of occupancy of 30,000 square feet in the B3 zoning district, the planning board can set that number at a higher figure if the applicant chooses to go through a plan development process, which obviously is why we're here. So as part of this phase in the process, the planning board would need to determine the building coverage on site, the max floor area per unit of occupancy, and individual building footprint. Staff has provided comments to this effect, and with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Thank you again. As we previously discussed and Mr. Sanderson acknowledged, we are here because under the B3 zoning, only 30,000 square feet of floor area per use is allowed. We do, under the plan development guidelines, 80,000 square feet is allowed. If we go through the plan development process, that's what we're doing here tonight. We have provided actually site plans, master plan is application as well with the site. And just to kind of go over some of the information on the site, it is a 2-acre site. We do have approximately 17% of the site under this application would be building coverage. The remainder of the site would be either landscaped or parking. This application and this use requires 126 parking spots. We have 126 rooms on the hotel. It's a 4-story hotel. And we do have existing utilities that serve the site. The existing site was a single-family residence. We have provided documentation from Scarborough Sanitary District as well as Portland Water District. We do have some information to provide to Portland Water District, and they have some additional review before they obviously commit to providing services to the site, but we believe that's forthcoming. A traffic study has been completed as well, and we've provided narrative and associated information as part of the master plan assessment to move forward with this.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to approach the podium and make a comment? Hearing none, is there any? Nobody online. Thank you very much. In that case, the hearing is closed. A public hearing is closed and this item is turned over to the planning board. Who would like to begin? Roger.
On this particular phase, it seems to me that what has to be done here is just some cleanups, some administrative cleanups on permits and things like that, that the staff has commented on. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's correct. And the master plan is basically showing general development schemes and layouts. It's not set in stone, but it's general concepts for the board to consider. Yes.
So on this phase, I have nothing more to say.
Thank you. Jen?
I think there was a staff comment that touched briefly on this, but I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the driveway easement area that's laid out and maybe why you chose that shape. And the first thing that grabbed my attention on that corner was just the fact that parking falls outside the property line, and then there's sort of like a much larger area allocated for the easement, but that the driveway itself doesn't actually fall in there. So I was just wondering, based on what's shown here, I don't know if that's for view shed purposes or if there's why that particular slice of land was chosen for that easement.
So I believe it's northwest corner of the site, which is bottom left of the plan as we're looking at it right now. There is an existing driveway access easement that kind of cuts the corner of the adjacent parcel. So we are still maintaining that as a right in only. There's no intention to provide any exiting traffic through that point of access. So that would be just a right in only. Throughout the development of the site plan process and reviewing with the town and town staff, and certain code requirements, it became apparent that it would really be an awkward and probably not optimal situation to have full access at that point. And it was requested for the applicant to try and work with the abutting property owner to have an access easement so that they could use access for the site at an existing signalized intersection. So again, throughout the site plan changes, we did originally have a layout with full access where that right in only point is shown, and 126 parking spots and all the other requirements met. But because of this request and probably again, a safer and more desirable situation to use a signalized intersection, we've laid it out a little bit differently so that we can do that. So that's really what drove the access arrangement, as well as some of the parking having to be shown on the adjacent property. That'll be in the northeast corner. That would be an access and parking easement with the abutting property owner. And we do have a couple parking spots, as you can see on the plan, shown within that easement. And that gets us up to our 126.
So generally it's existing. That's the piece that I missed. So thank you for that. I think that's really the only question that I had at this stage.
Thank you. Rick?
Good.
Rick's good. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question. I guess, I don't know, and it may be better for the next section or for here, but I guess my concern I have is just a lot of trees in this space that are being just sort of removed. Like the entire lot is being taken down of all trees and just replaced with landscaping. I know I'm speaking more to the boards, and forgive me, I'm just for a board comment just for a moment for me. I'm just really concerned that all of the trees in this area are going down and it's just being replaced by landscaping. I would love to see some trees planted here. I not see the entire lot cleared. I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of that lately. And I'm just trying to think of, the proximity of this to the adjacent structure, proximity of this to Lowe's, that intersection. I guess what can you, are you able to provide something a little bit more as far as tree coverage, additional plantings, anything on the site?
Jim, if I could just
please.
interject here.
Do.
That's a good question, especially as I look at this schemata. First of all, in terms of trees being cut down, any tree that has 23-inch diameter at breast height actually is considered a specimen tree and has to be flagged. So I assume that there were no specimen trees.
I believe there are 1 or 2 trees on site. One, as you can see on the existing survey, is called out and labeled. It's in the middle of the site, and there's really absolutely no way to save it. There, as you can see from the site layout. It's a large evergreen.
Okay, white pine?
I believe it's white pine, but I am not an arborist, so I couldn't confirm.
Okay. I think, Jim, at the next part of this, that'd be a good place for you to ask the question in terms of the frontage and maintaining a buffer onto Mussey Road. Is there anything there that can be saved and used as a buffer?
Yes, and I can hold those until the next section. But yes, I'm getting more towards that, but also getting more towards, you mentioned at the Haley Ward comments with calling out trees with more than 24 inches. And I understand that because of a lot of the trees in there are pretty small, that just because of the area in question. But I would like to see maybe some interaction with some of these recommendations as far as contacting IF&W or some of the folks there to see what sort of environmental impacts we're looking at in that space. And forgive me if, again, this is not the right venue for it. I can hold.
I'm not sure if it's the right venue or not, so I will suggest that you ask your questions.
Okay, I guess, would you be willing to engage with the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife or another state agency just to sort of investigate the area, to identify anything potentially sensitive on the property?
We absolutely would. And it's never our intent to take down any trees unnecessarily. But unfortunately, as you can see, because of not so much the use, but the parking requirements associated with it, we do really have to clear most of the site. And again, as you've mentioned, a lot of the trees are younger throughout. The front half of the site isn't very wooded, but the back half is. And obviously we have to clear a lot of that. So.
Sure. I guess for me, I'm thinking more generally than the town as we're going through these. Not a lot of trees are being replaced, and a gap. I'm sure there's a ton of new growth in there, but they won't really have a chance to really grow to their full potential. I have no questions right now, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'll get my thoughts together on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You say you have a 4-story, 15,000 square foot at the footprint. And you're looking for 4 stories. So one of the things that we do at this point is to agree to set the space and bulk regulations. In other words, the footage. The footage and the total square feet. Now, while the the ordinances call for up to 80,000 square feet, you are not asking for that. What are you asking for?
I believe the final number was 59,700 plus or minus. So I think it would be reasonable that we ask for 60,000 just in case there's any minor adjustments in the floor plan.
All right, so basically you're asking, as part of this plan development, you're asking put up a 4-story, total 60,000 square foot building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, so it's also the building coverage. I'm just trying to pull up the ordinance real quick. The building coverage and the max occupancy floor area per unit. Those two figures in the B3 zone are 30, I guess you already did the. So, I'm sorry. So I guess, I assume that the board is comfortable with a 60,000 square foot per unit occupancy and also footprint. And that it's not separating those.
No, that's what I'm going to get nods from the board because that's been the assumption all along. I wanted to make sure we had it on the record.
I have our indication as being 50% coverage in the underlying B3 zoning, so we're at 17% right now for coverage,
All right, thank you.
if that's correct. I
It's-
hope so.
It's on the record now.
Okay,
If you want to take a fast look at your application.
that's what we have, 50,000 square feet being, or 50% being the coverage for B3.
All right, thank you. You've heard what we've said about ensuring, as we're going to talk about later, the buffering at the road, that a review of the trees that would be left on the property to ensure that where possible, you can leave them. I think we are ready. I don't see anybody trying to jump up and down. I have a draft motion. The Aaron Converse Liveaway Hotel Master Plan Review. I move to approve the Liveaway Scarborough Master Plan proposed by Aaron Converse. The project is depicted in applications materials prepared by Labella Associates dated 4/21/23. Findings, the proposal establishes a master plan for a property at 83 Mussey Road. Conditions, 1, address comments in the staff memo dated 5/15/23. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second for Rick. Mind King? Doreen, if you call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
and Rick Manking.
Yes.
Motion passes. And now we get on to the rest. As soon as I can separate out what's part of what. Next item on the agenda, 5.04, Aaron Converse requests site plan review to construct a 126-room hotel at 83 Mussey Road, assesses map R55, lot 17. For the town, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the third and final step in the plan development review process. Now with the master plan approval allowing the 60,000 square foot building and floor area, the board can now review the site plan accordingly. Some of the larger issues that staff has identified is the access onto Muzzy Road being designed as right-in only. The parking area over the property line, which was discussed by Ms. Ladd, as well as some state DEP permitting for stormwater. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Thank you. Again, a little bit more detail on the site. It is 83 Mussey Road. It is a 2-acre site. Existing use, it is zoned B3. The existing use is a single-family residence, and that residence will be torn down as part of the project. As we've shown on the plans, tree clearing will occur on the site to allow for the construction of the proposed 4-story, 126-room hotel and associated parking facilities with 126 rooms. We're proposing 126 parking spaces in accordance with the code. We are also providing or proposing at this time, due to the level of coverage of the site with either impervious surfaces, parking areas, or building, a subsurface stormwater management system. We have provided a stormwater pollution prevention plan and stormwater design as part of our application. We are aware that this will require a Maine DEP permit. We have been in contact with Maine DEP and have worked through a couple of the details of the design with them. So they're aware of the project, they're aware that it's forthcoming, and we will be submitting that as we wrap up the design. Relative to site access, as we previously discussed, our primary access will be via an existing driveway to, through the property, abutting property to the east. That is an existing signalized intersection onto Mussey Road. We have lined up the driveway from coming into our site with the existing driveway and front parking lot that's on their site. So those two align to minimize any conflicts and any cars or vehicles exiting one parking area and another, and one not being aware of who's coming from what and going where. We are also showing an existing right-in only access driveway from Mussey Road. That is again on, I believe, the eastbound lane of Mussey Road. I believe in earlier reports and reviews, it may have been assumed that this was a right-in, right-out, but this is going to be a right-in only. We are aware of staff comments and the need to reconfigure that driveway a little bit, and we will be making those adjustments to that driveway so that there is no confusion and it's really not feasible for somebody to come in from westbound, taking a left turn in, or for somebody to try and exit the site out there. So we will be making those adjustments. Additional staff comments were regarding water and sewer utility infrastructure, which again, Scarborough Sanitary District has indicated that they will serve the project. And we are, as I indicated earlier, working with Portland Water District on water service to the site. As part of the design standards for this type of site, the town requires 10% EV charging be incorporated into the project at the beginning. An additional 10% or 20% total be EV ready, and then the entire site be EV capable. We have shown 10% or 13 parking spots on the site as EV that will be installed as EV charging parking spots. And we do indicate, I believe on the plans, also another 13 spots to be EV ready. So we would have the infrastructure installed, but the actual pedestals and charging stations not installed at that time. We do incorporate landscape islands throughout the project. Staff comments indicated that we need to provide the calculations showing that we meet the 15% landscape requirement based on the number of parking spots and the coverage that we currently have. We will be adding that information to the plans. If we are deficient anywhere, we will make adjustments to make sure that we do meet that requirement. Additional staff comments we need to show, we have incorporated, but they may not be clearly shown, a bike rack and seating area outside, so that pedestrian access is a little bit easier. We're providing additional provisions for other means of access beyond just vehicles. And I think with that, I'll turn it over to the board for comments and questions.
Thank you, and I will turn it over to the public. This item is available for public comment. I do want to make a note that Denise Hamilton has sent us for the last hearing that we had to hold this project over, did send us a comment. It is now in the record. Is there any member of the public in this room that would like to make a comment? Just anybody online? Thank you. The public comment is over. And I turn this over to the board. Who wants to go first? Roger's going to go first.
I have a, actually, you clarified the question I was going to ask about the write-in, allegedly write-out. So that's just going to be strictly write-in, and you are going to reconfigure that.
Yes.
I guess my question is regarding where you propose to have your sign, which is right on the plans, it's right there. And wouldn't you be better off to have it closer to the main entrance? And some wayfaring signs once.
We're open to suggestion and open to moving it. I think where we've shown it currently is where we've discussed with the applicant at this point. But again, if any of the board members think it would be better suited somewhere else, or if the applicant would think it'd be better suited somewhere else, we'll certainly move it and show it in a different location.
I can just see, vehicles heading down Muzzy Road.
Mhm.
And you see the sign. And it's right where the right in it, on the other side of the,
Sure.
so I just think, and maybe some internal signage to let people know when they come in there where to go to get to the front, the main entrance and everything.
Yes.
I'm one last question from me. On the back end of the property, is that just basically vacant land, or is it's just vacant, just wooded vacant land? Okay, that's what I thought. I have nothing else at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen?
I also had questions about the driveway that you're gonna redo, so save those for next time. I was curious if you could, by the way, I know that a lot of times we see projects that come in and we either talk or an applicant has a desire, recognizes the benefit in coordinating with an abutter to sort of improve access management to sites. And so by all accounts, I understand you don't have this easement fully secured yet, but the fact that you're showing it to us on a plan means there's probably been some sort of conversation already. And that doesn't always work out. So thank you for doing that and working with your neighbors, and thank you to your neighbors for working with you. Because I think it'll ultimately end up in a much better access situation, not only for this site, but probably also for those neighbors in some capacity as well. I was curious if it looks on the site plan as though you show stretches of sidewalk generally like all around the building as they interface with the parking lot, and then connection to the sidewalk out on Muzzy Road. But I was wondering if there's any ability to connect that along what will also be sort of the primary access in and out of the site. So in through that shared easement in a path that would take someone directly to the signal. If they were coming straight out of the building, it's a little bit of a detour and probably a less comfortable walk, I would say, if you're walking out on Muzzy Road versus like along the head-in parking there. So I don't recall offhand what the pedestrian facilities are at that signal, but I don't think they're all that old. So there's probably ramps and a crosswalk there that could fairly easily be tied into. That's something that I think would be a benefit to the site as well, and sort of a safety improvement. I was also curious actually if so you're pretty well maxed out here in terms of like build out on the site and impervious area, but it looked to me on your stormwater plan that you're not including the far sections of each of the two driveways that are off-site. And so I was just curious if there's a reason for that or how that area is otherwise going to be treated from stormwater runoff.
So I believe DEP's stormwater design guidelines allows for and recognizes that you can't always capture everything. And they do allow a certain percentage not be treated or captured because of, site constraints, whether it's grading or whatever. We have designed our stormwater system so that we don't exceed that amount. And I believe in our stormwater pollution prevention plan that is discussed in the narrative. And we have verified that again with some preliminary conversations we've had with DEP. As relative, I'm glad you brought it up, but relative to the stormwater system, again, we are treating the water quality runoff volume with a jellyfish treatment unit, which is a proprietary product that's manufactured. It is approved by Maine DEP for use, and that's what we're using to provide that water quality treatment. And then additional storage volume is provided with underground, basically chambers, infiltrators is what they're called. A lot of people use them in septic systems, but they're also used in stormwater storage, and we are using those in this instance to provide additional attenuation of larger storms so that they can be released slowly out the system. One of the things that has come up during our design, a geotechnical study was done and some soil borings have been taken. And right now, our proposal to meet separation requirements with groundwater and provide a stormwater system that doesn't go below the groundwater surface and we meet DEP guidelines, we're having to raise the site about 4.5 feet, depending on where we're at. So the building, I think, is 54.25 feet, and the existing site is about 49 feet. So one of the things that came out of the geotechnical report is due to the existing subsurface conditions, it's not advisable to add fill to the site. The building can be addressed. The building right now is proposed to be on piles, but the rest of the site, pavement system and all that would have to be similarly upgraded at significant expense to provide adequate stability. Otherwise, they could be looking at settlement of up to a foot over time throughout the site, and that's something we're trying to avoid. To do that, the only way we've been able to find that we can would be to include a pump system as part of that stormwater management system. Basically, it would be on the downstream end or discharge end of the proposed jellyfish treatment unit. And stormwater would have to be pumped up and out to adjacent discharge points. So that's something we've had preliminary discussions with town engineer. And we need to look into further, and we need to look in and verify if there's any other alternatives that we have for this site. And then obviously the applicants got to decide if they want to invest in raising the site and providing additional structural improvements to the soil system, or if we can actually lower the site, maintain existing grades as best we can and not have to do that. So either way, we can achieve the stormwater goals required by DEP as well as in staff comments, the town. We do have to make some modifications to our system to accommodate the town stormwater design requirements. That was an oversight on our part. But we do have enough room and facilities that we can do that. So that's something we're working through right now. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you. I think that's all. That's all that I have.
Thank you. Rick?
Yes, looking quickly at the photometrics, it looks like, and you probably pick up from my last conversation with the applicant, there's a little bleeding over in the abutters. The ordinance requests that you have full cutoffs. And I think you can probably do it with the same fixtures, but maybe with a different photonomics of the fixture itself, or some shielding, but there's some bleeding over. And I would recommend, I would ask that you put average, min and max levels on a grid so that we could see it, as well as some annotation to the plans that indicate when these lighting levels could be lowered, maintain safety, but can be lowered at night with a timer or some sort of controller system. I also, taking a look at your architectural rendering, it looks like a pretty decent building. It appears to me you're planning on installing PTAX as the heating and cooling system in the rooms. Is that correct?
I can answer that. I'm Aaron Converse, the applicant. Yes, we are doing PTAX.
Okay. How do you propose on doing your dedicated or your DOAS system? Is there going to be a rooftop unit or anything like that?
We'll have 3 units that sit on the ground. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, around back. Yeah.
the makeup air is going to be on the ground, likely in the back on pads.
Yep.
Okay, and be ducted in.
Yep. They're just
Okay.
3 of them.
All right, so no restaurants associated with this. I didn't see floor plans or
Nope.
anything, so we don't have any mushroom caps or anything to worry about.
Nope.
Okay. From my standpoint, I think, you need to massage the photometrics a little bit. Get that in accordance with our ordinances. Appreciate the efforts on following the EV ordinance. That'll be a well-received amenity that your your patrons will like in the years to come, maybe not right off the first day one, but
Yeah,
they will. And I'm glad we can try and get that entrance to the signaled intersection. But traffic is not my forte, so I leave that to others. Thank you for bringing this to Scarborough. I think it'll be an improvement for that parcel.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this going to be a long-term hotel or a short-term hotel? I mean, is this going to be, I guess that's my question. Is it long-term? Is like people going to be expected to, they're going to be staying here for long periods of time, like weeks, months, or is
Little bit
this
of both.
more?
Yeah,
Okay,
a little bit of both. Is kind of where we like to have, we really attract military traveling nurses and stuff like that. Or misplaced houses, but then we also have nightly guests.
okay. I guess, do you have like a predictive model of what you're anticipating for this site as far as a balance between short-term and long-term, or has that, or maybe you could share some from another one of these
Picture that.
facilities you have?
Say that again, sorry.
Just looking at like a rough percentage of, in other facilities you have had like this, is it mostly short-term, mostly?
It's
long-term?
about, I wouldn't say mostly short, I'd say about 50-50. We are have long-term more versus short-term. It also depends on the season as well. Some people travel a little bit more in the summer.
Yep.
Or travel, especially here, getting out here in the summer is gonna be a little different.
Okay, great.
We
thank-
run at about 75% occupancy. Well, it's kind of what our guess is right now, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Coupling off of my colleague's question, Mr. Ryan King, I'd like to see with the lighting controls here, I know it doesn't specifically require it or spell it out in our ordinance, but I'd like to see a time clock that lowers the lighting levels at a certain point after, say, midnight, between midnight and 6 a.m. Lowering it by a certain percentage, but if it is going to be more long-term, or at least a greater percentage or a good percentage, balanced percentage of long-term folks there, then I think you can look in investigating having lower light levels,
Mhm.
just sort of in the middle of the night, reducing lighting pollution, reducing lighting on your neighbors, the
Sure.
long-term housing that's next door and so on. So I would like to see that, please.
Okay.
Out in front, between the landscaped area between the front parking lot and Muzzy Road. I know one of the staff comments was making sure that the parking lots there are okay to be placed there in the easement.
Oh, yeah.
But also, I'd like to see, instead of just sort of, I'll say, standard landscaping that we see, I'd like to see trees planted between the parking lot and the road somewhere out front there. Or some other locations here where physical trees can be planted rather than just sort of small bushes or
Yeah.
hedges, something like that.
Yep.
Again, just thinking, we're taking out you have underground water and electric that go all the way around the site for everything. So every inch of this 2-acre lot is going to get turned over.
Yeah.
So I would like to see trees put in their place, either in these small bump outs in the parking lot areas, allow them to grow, get some shade, get some cover, reduce excess of heat over time with all that asphalt. And I'd like to see a lot of coverage there on the road as well, just so that when folks are driving by, they don't just see a giant hotel after a giant hotel after whatever the future happens
For
for Mozzie Road.
Yeah, we want to keep what we can. I mean, definitely we love the site for that reason, right? It's really
Sure.
Gorgeous,
Yeah, yeah.
Feels like you're in the woods and you're not. So we want to keep what we can.
Right. No, I appreciate that. Going forward, if somebody sells the lot next year, they may take away all those trees if they're clearing the lot, similar to what we're doing here. And I mean that out of respect. This one is my last comment that I have here. Sorry, it just escaped me. The lights, the parking, the green coverage, I guess it's really all I have at this point. I'm still pretty on the fence on this one, but I'd like to see those things addressed and we can go from there.
Appreciate it.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I echo my colleague's comment down there about ensuring full, term we use is robust landscaping, especially in the front, hiding some of the parking area as people go by. I look forward to seeing the benches in the bike racks in the front. I have a question because I ended up with a bit of a puzzle. And that is, I'm looking at the live away rear perspective dated 3/13 of 02 is the schematic. And then when I look at the plan for the hotel footprint, just about anyone will do, but I've looking specifically at C101, they don't match. In other words, in the rear, the schematic, the architectural plans, you are showing a protrusion of landscaping, sidewalk, grass from the rear door, and you're not showing that in C101. You are showing something in 02. So I want to make sure that what you're showing us in the plans actually comports with what you're showing us in the artist rendering.
I know the plans, we were provided the footprint in CAD from the architect, so that should be what is going to be used. What may be shown on the architectural renderings was slightly different or variation of the footprint or the building, modified, because we did come in originally with a different exterior look to the building. The board had requested that we consider making some changes, and they did that. So that was done on that plan. So it may just be a rendering to show the different types of color palette and finishes, and may not be on the exact footprint of the building
Yeah,
that we're
good.
using.
I need to
But
know what's on what.
Yes.
Because this is, you're actually showing a parking lot
yes,
in the rear on the schematic, on the
rendering.
plans, well, which clearly we
Sure.
don't have.
sure.
So there should be some consistency there. I do like the changes that you made to the building, to the color palette. I believe I had some comments that were a little pointed when they first saw this scheme. However, I would suggest, I strongly suggest that these windows become rectangular rather than square. Most of the architecture in Scarborough is based on a New England vernacular, which really looks at the rectangle as a part of a building as for the windows. So I think some additional tweaks in the architecture would be very helpful. Let's see if I have anything else. I am looking for, I want to make sure that that the front entrance that I can see here on 01 actually is going to match what you're proposing. Because I like this front entrance, the way it's set up, the opportunity for seating underneath it, the opportunity for a covered area for a bike rack. And I want to make sure, I really do want to be assured that that's what you're proposing.
Yeah, that is, yeah, we could have that all under there.
Okay. I'm going to ask, at this point, I'm going to ask the staff if there's anything else that they had noted that they would appreciate our asking about.
I think you've pretty much covered it from my perspective.
Oh, good. Okay. We look forward to seeing you back with these issues resolved and all of your permissions in hand. I appreciate the willingness that you've shown to work with us, and I certainly hope that you end up coming to Scarborough.
Us too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to remind folks, or simply note that sometime around 8:15 to 8:30, we will take a 5-minute break. And I also want to remind folks that we do not take anything new after 10 o'clock. So at some point, if you are far down the list of applicants, you might want to start making an assessment as whether we're going to actually be able to get to you. Item 5.05, Stephen Cayazzo is requesting sketch plan review of a 1,664 square foot building addition to the side of the existing business. The area between the two buildings will be converted from gravel to pavement. The property is located at 93 Mussey Road, Assessors Map R55, Lot 13. And as a reminder, this is a sketch plan. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Chiazzo Plumbing and Sons is in front of the board with a sketch plan for a small building addition and formalizing the parking area between the proposed addition and the current building. This project is at 93 Muzzy Road, actually a property or two over from the Liveaway Hotel site that was just looked at. Staff has provided comments noting that this property is in the Aquifer Protection Overlay District, and the applicant has indicated they'd be open to responding to that. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Yes, good evening. My name is Peter excuse me, Peter Delfonso. I'm a civil engineer. This, as you described it, the project is to construct a small 1,600 square foot storage building. Chiazzo Plumbing, they're not expanding or adding any employees or doing anything. They're just trying to smooth out their operation and get some of the equipment that they have to leave outside, inside. One of those pieces of equipment is a sewer jet that needs to be inside. So in this building, there will be a bay, a heated bay for that piece of equipment. And it's also used for storing parts for their business as they come in and before they go out to specific jobs. We're here just to get your comments on what we need to submit and what you're looking for, or what you have for issues with this project. We did review the staff's comments, and I don't think we need to go through them right now, but we don't have any issues with any of their comments. I do have a couple of comments on it with respect to chemicals. They use very minimal chemicals in their process, in their business, just basic cleaning chemicals and RV antifreeze. They don't store any major chemicals on site. Another question was about floor drains. There will not be a floor drain in this building. And then the other comment that we would like some clarification on is the requirements for landscaping. It's one of the last comments. Oh, and then the EV conduit, we just want to know what your thoughts are on that. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you might have and get your input.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. This is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to make a comment? How about online? Public comment period is over. Turn this over. Please remember, this is a sketch plan and our role is to give advice to the applicant on what they can do to ensure that they have a successful application. Who would like to go? Roger?
I'll actually ask you a question regarding the 10-foot buffer landscaping.
Okay.
All right. What is it just? I've seen the building many times when I come out of the gallery, it's right in that general area there. But Paul, it's basically just,
It's basically lawn area,
what?
lawn,
Is it-
just grass.
Is it? Okay.
Yes,
And is it maintained?
yes,
It's not just, doesn't just grow wild or anything. like
no. no.
that. My only thoughts on that is, I can see that this Muncie Road going down. That's going to be a developed business area in the future. That whole stretch there. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, last year or few months ago, we rezoned a parcel of land right by there. Do we?
Can't remember.
Okay. Remember that? Okay. And I also know that, across the street heading down towards South Portland, there was a house that was renovated, into like a home improvement center, sales office. And, if I recall, we really required, that's when, I forget her name, Sue was on and, we really tried to get some, a lot of nice landscaping. I don't think you need to do robust landscaping or anything like that, but maybe something to just enhance it a bit. So it's going to be in line with what I suspect will be coming down the road there. In terms of appearance from the street.
Okay,
That's all I had. I mean, the rest of the stuff, it seems to be administrative. Administrative things that have to be
Yes.
cleaned up.
Thank you. Any other member of the board?
I have a question, Madam Chair,
Okay,
if I may ask the applicant.
Yep.
When you mentioned, in the garage, is the purpose of this to store primarily existing equipment that is already owned and is stored outside on site?
Some, yes, it's also for, parts and, showers, maybe toilets or whatever goes into the business. So when they come in, they don't always go out to the site. So I just want to be able to keep the larger things inside so that
Great.
minimize vandalization and all that. So
Sounds good. Thank you. And it appears that when you were mentioning about basic cleaning chemicals, you can confirm that, like you mentioned, like antifreeze for vehicles or something like that. You would agree that the chemicals stored here would be, I guess, say normal chemicals that you would find in any garage.
any garage or any house,
Yeah. So there's nothing, I'll say, more special or dangerous per se about it that you would find in my garage or someone else's garage.
they do mostly plumbing. They do some heating, but not a great deal of it.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. I have no further questions. I'm good, Madam Chair.
thank you.
I will just speak to the comments. I thought actually a lot of the the staff memo did a good job at laying out a lot of the things that we would look for. But I also I think Roger's point about sort of the overall corridor and having some additional landscaping in this area would be beneficial. Maybe even a couple of trees out in front would be a nice amenity and sort of help keep in line with the other developments existing and that are coming down the road, so to speak. I also think that I'd like to see the parking stalls striped out on a future submission so that we can be sure you're meeting ADA requirements and have sufficient stall sizes and numbers for this for the project. And what was the other one? Oh, so it looks from the sketch plan, you're only proposing to repave, or you're only proposing to pave the new portion of the parking lot. Is that right? You're not planning to overlay or anything the remainder of the site?
We haven't made that determination yet, looked at that pavement to see if it needs to be replaced.
Okay, sure. So I guess in that, given that, I'd have to, I think seeing the, I don't know, I think seeing the site plan and how the number, how you choose to lay out the parking spaces and how many of them fall on the existing parking area and how many on the sort of the new portion that you're looking at. I'm not sure that, curious what your thoughts are. I'm not sure that it makes a lot of sense in my mind to go through and disturb an existing parking lot to put in EV conduits, but if you're working on another portion of the lot, and you'll be doing some of that earthwork anyway, I think it may be a good idea there, particularly if the distribution of parking areas lays itself out that way, but that'll be something that that you can look at. So that's kind of a answer for you. Sorry.
Yeah, otherwise clear as mud. Okay. Any? Rick, do you have any comments?
Well, for the sketch plan, I think I'm comfortable with what your direction you're taking. As you know, as you come back to us with the full site plan, we're gonna have to look at the lighting overall and, just looking from, I don't know how recent this Google shot is, November of 2015. So you've got some pretty special floodlights on each end of the building that are probably darn right yellow to the core. Anyway, the point is a full lighting plan needs to be presented to us. And like Jen said, I think it's a little premature to say yay or nay on the EV charging. We just need to know what the scope of the overall project's going to be. I noticed that in this picture that you do have trucks that you do store on site in the back there. Someday those may be EV trucks. So you might want to consider that, not just because the ordinance is relaxed on this, or we're not going to require EV chargers, but just from the sake that you're doing work, you're going to be developing a new footprint. It might make some sense to plan for the future. But I look forward to seeing the full site plan package when you get it together.
Okay, thank you.
I love when a business is expanding here in Scarborough. Thanks, that's all.
All right, thank you. Roger has a reprise of his questions.
Well, actually, I have a question for staff and it pertains to my question.
Okay.
If they come back with some landscaping in the front, that they put up themselves, do they have to have that by licensed landscaper? Or is there some threshold where they can do it and we can approve it and leave it at that?
Yeah, so any project with a new building or that includes, I believe it's 15 parking spaces or more, would need to provide a plan prepared by a licensed landscape architect in Maine.
I'm talking about the buffer on the front now.
And that would have to be shown on that plan. Yes,
So it would have to be a licensed landscape.
that's what the site plan review ordinance calls for,
Okay,
yes.
all right. I just wanted to make sure. Understood that.
So it's 15 parking spaces? So
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Roger had the same question I had, but I'm also looking at the parking from the direction of the question or the admonition that the staff has for the planning board, where it says the board should consider whether paving of the parking gravel constitutes, quote, redevelopment of parking facilities, unquote. And whether it therefore, I believe, triggers the need for installation of EV conduit. I do believe that that what they are proposing, the paving of the existing gravel area, does constitute redevelopment of parking facilities. So what the EVs might look like and what might happen from here, basically it is kind of sort of a roulette game, whether you decide what you're going to do with EV or not. But I do believe that that it does trigger, it is a redevelopment of the parking facilities and does trigger the need for installation. So you've heard different opinions on that, on this board, and I understand that's probably not going to be very comforting to you as you start to think how you're going to do this. But that's the purpose of a sketch plan, that you start to understand where we're coming from, what we're looking at, and how we're approaching things. I'm going to do what I always do with when we get a sketch plan, and that is suggest that at this point, really your best friends are in the planning department, and they can help you work through some of these issues that we've raised. I also do think that we need that landscaping along Mussey Road. We need, I won't use the term robust, but certainly better landscaping. And you might want to just take a look and see how other projects along Mussey Road have been landscaped, and see if you can propose something, or your landscape architect can propose something that fits in with the area, that kind of links your building to some of the other buildings along there by the use of good landscaping.
Okay, thank you.
So that's all I have. Do you have any additional questions of us?
Not at this time.
All right, then. That assumes
Right.
soon. We will then see you when you return, but please work with the planning department.
I plan on doing that. Thank you.
Smart
Thank you
man.
for your time.
The next item, 506, David Gray is requesting a zoning change for a property located at 90 Running Hill Road. The change would rezone the property from Running Hill Gorham Road Mixed Use District RH to Gorham Road Transition District RH2. The lot is located at 90 Running Hill Road, Assessors Map R36, Lot 4A. For the town, Eric.
I'm actually gonna let Autumn do this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gray has spent some time with myself and Brian Longstaff in our office trying to come up with a plan really for this property. It started out as a 10-acre parcel. Quite a bit of that land was taken through the Gorham Connector and right-of-way acquisition. And what he's been left with is just a little bit under 2 acres in the RH zoning. The RH zoning is the Running Hill Gorham Road Mixed Use District. And then what he's requesting is actually a down zone to the Running Hill Gorham Road Transition District. His proposal has been for a single family home or a duplex, which he has the capability of doing with the lot size, the frontage, and the density. However, under his current zoning, a single family home or a duplex is not permitted. So he could do a triplex, but he doesn't have enough land. So he's requesting to rezone the property so that he can construct a single family home or a duplex. The adjacent properties in the area around him are matching this. There's single family homes on all sides. The comprehensive plan designates this particular property as moderate density, non-residential. However, you can see on the map where the star is, it's very close to the actual rural residential designation. And I think that matches more of the character of this particular property. With all of that being said, we do recommend approval of this. This is a zoning request. You may recall, we just brought forward a zoning map amendment process, and this is part of that. So we have a new application and a new process that goes through the planning department. And then we hold a public hearing at the planning board, and then you all make a recommendation to town council. So that is what Mr. Gray is requesting, and staff does recommend approving the request.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
David Gray. Thank you, Autumn. It's been a little struggle here with Main Turnpike taking the property away and trying to figure out what to do with the existing parcel. In 2019, I built the house to the left, which is in RH2, which is the Millard's home. Very nice home. And then in 2022, I took the old farmhouse and upgraded that and sold that in December of 22. So I just didn't think it'd be fair to the neighbors to try to put something in between that's in a commercial, being a storage building or something of that nature. I prefer just to put a residential home in there to keep it in the neighborhood.
Thank you. This is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to comment? Anyone online? In that case, the public comment period is over. I will turn this over to the board members in general. Anybody care to make their comment? Jim?
My comments will be brief. I don't see a major problem with going from, I just had it in front of me here. Modifying the zoning for this to allow multi-unit homes. Does that, and a question for staff, does this also include accessory dwelling units? Would that be a change as well to allow accessory dwelling units with this zone change, or are those already allowed with its current state?
They are allowed right now if you have an existing single family home. When the change, if the change goes through for RH2 actually doesn't allow accessory dwelling units, but with LD 2003 in about a month, it will allow accessory dwelling units. So it's part of another change. So anytime you have a single family home that's permitted, an accessory dwelling unit has to be permitted with LD 2003.
So that is coming down, and
Correct.
more likely than not, that will be a part of this going forward. Okay, great. Then that answers my question. I have no further questions or comments.
I have no further questions. The only comment I have is that to me, it seems that this is simply common sense. And because I think it's common sense, and I suspect the board does as well, I have a draft motion. All right, Roger, go ahead. You're stepping on my lines, Roger. Go ahead.
So where is the, how close is this going to be to the alleged connector?
Well, it's, we have a tree buffer on the map. You can see a line of trees to the rear of the lot. And that will be the line in which Main Turnpike is taken. So from there back, I don't really know how far back. I think they go back at least 75 feet from that line.
So I'm just looking at on page 3 of your presentation, where you have the star represents your lot. I'm just kind of curious. You know, has nothing to do with, I have no problem with this at all. I'm just kind of curious.
Well,
So
I think, Autumn, I think you have a
Sure. So
response.
this exhibit came from MTA and staff, and so this is just the 2 orange circles. This is what they have published right now for their route, so it's gonna be connected somewhere in between there. That's what the published information is.
Oh,
And
okay.
then his yellow star, I've just added that so you can sort of see where his property is. So
Okay.
it,
and from my understanding, from talking to Main Turnpike authorities and seeing the map, it goes right behind the Millard's home. It goes right through the existing old garage and taking Millard's mother's house. So it's pretty close.
Yeah.
But the buffer around my particular lot will stay intact. The trees will stay intact. So it's just basically an open field at that point that I maintain and mow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Now, Roger, okay to do a draft motion? Okay, good. Draft motion 90 Running Hill Road zoning change recommendation. I move to recommend to the town council to approve the zoning change of David Gray. The change is reflected in application materials in Exhibit 1 provided on May 1st, 2023. Findings, the proposal would change the zoning of 90 Running Hill Road, assessors map R36, lot 4A, from RH to RH2. This would allow single and 2-family uses on the property. Is there a second?
second,
There is a second. Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Jennifer White,
Yes.
Rick Manking.
Yes.
Passes.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda, item 5.07, Crossroads Holdings LLC requests a subdivision amendment review of the Higas District subdivision at Scarborough Downs. The amendment consists of removing the turnaround right-of-way area as Market Street nears construction and full construction to Downs Road. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4 for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a fairly straightforward subdivision amendment. It's the first subdivision amendment for the Higas District subdivision at Scarborough Downs. As part of the initial approval in 2022 for the construction condition, a hammerhead turnaround and right-of-way was shown just over the edge of Willowdale Brook, that in an area that would connect to the town center subdivision. With that subdivision now in front of the board and proposed, that right-of-way has been removed. So it would then fully connect through without the turnaround to the town center, connecting Market Street all the way down to to Downs Road, excuse me. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the Downs.
Drew Gagnon, Goral Palmer, representing Crossroad Holdings LLC tonight. Eric did a good job summarizing. It's simply just removing a temporary easement that we always knew we'd remove when we were extending Market Street further into the town center. The actual turnaround will still be provided upon any occupancies of lot 1 or 2. It's just the easement and line works kind of being prepared and removed to not encumber lot 1 of the town center subdivision. So that's just the simple modification that we're requesting here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public who would care to make a comment? Anybody in the room? Anybody online? Public comment period is over. I turn this over to the board, no particular order. Who would like to go first? Roger.
So does this essentially mean that you're gonna continue right up, like immediately connecting the Market Street right up to where the Downs Road will be?
Yeah, I think the construction sequencing intention is upon the town center subdivision approval, the roadway would be continued up there. Exact sequencing of that, I'm not sure if it's directly just extending Market Street or working up Downs Road first, but the intention is to begin on that right away.
And the last question I have is the crossing over the Willowdale Brook, has that been constructed already? Or?
Yeah, the roadway is up to gravels right now. So the next step would be pavement, curbing, sidewalk work. Other than that, it's drivable and the crossings in.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, hearing none. I have no additional comments. I do have a draft motion, Higas District subdivision lots 1 and 2, subdivision amendment review. I move to approve the project titled Higas District subdivision lots 1 and 2 proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC as depicted on the plan set prepared by Owen Haskell Inc. dated 5/8/23 with the following findings. The proposal constitutes the first amendment to the Higas District subdivision. The amendment updates the right-of-way to show connection through on Market Street to Downs Road, eliminating a previous hammerhead turnaround used during construction. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I offer an amendment to the motion? Oh,
Well, this is
yes.
a surprise.
So I would just suggest to the board that a condition be that the same conditions from the 2022 approval would apply to this amendment.
Roger, do you accept that as the seconder? I accept it as the maker of the motion. You need to write it down. What was the date? Same conditions as?
April 4th, 2022.
Is the board clear on what the motion is?
Yes.
All right, thank you. In that case, Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes,
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
and Rick Mankin.
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is item 5.08, Crossroads Holdings LLC requests a site plan review for a commercial development at the intersection of Higas Parkway and Market Street. The project would include office, retail, restaurant, and bank uses. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4 for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is in front of the planning board with a site plan review for the first phase of development on Lot 1 of the Higas District subdivision. That would include construction of, I believe it's building 2, which includes 30,000 square feet of retail, office, and restaurant uses. The board previously reviewed this plan and offered some comments with respect to landscaping and buffering from Higas Parkway. The applicant has provided some responses to those as well as some rationales for the waiver requests. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Thank you. Dan Bacon here on behalf of the applicant, joined by Drew Gagnon, Nick Aceto, actually our LA on the project, and Mark Eclipse, who's the architect you've met before through presentations, should be joining virtually. I saw a little flag to join as a panelist, but I might have missed my window. So I want to share a couple slides. That's possible. I do? Fat finger, apologize. Okay, I think I'm there. Huh. Guess I'm being clunky. Mark Eclipse. Yeah, that's it. But for some reason, I'm not able to share. Oh. Jeez. Sorry, everybody. It's not the right one. This one is. Okay. Jeez. I've got 3 presentations in the deck, so. Okay,
Are
here we
you,
are.
are you bragging about that, Dan?
Explaining my clumsiness and getting my presentation up. Thanks sorry for the delay. But I just wanted to touch on the updates we've made since our last discussion. Per staff comments, we've taken another look at our landscape plan based on the board meeting 3 weeks ago. We've added to the landscape buffer as discussed along the corner of Market and Higas Parkway to add additional robust landscaping, additional screening. We've also went back and updated adding some landscaped island into that long row of parking that we discussed at the last meeting to break up that particular parking field. We've maintained the concentrated landscaping within the parking lot on both sides of that kind of central parklet, like we talked about with the board. So that's at this point, the most landscaping we can add to the parking lot while maintaining those larger sections of landscaping in the parking on both sides of that park area while also meeting the parking requirements. So at this point, we're requesting the board support for the layout in that regard. We've also updated the plan, added bike racks in appropriate locations and actually shrunk the size of the plaza area by the bank. Recognizing that, as Eric introduced, we're really only seeking kind of building approval and layout approval around the building in the core, building number 2. Additional kind of programming immediately around the bank and the restaurant can certainly be handled through further site plan. If the board has feedback on that, we can handle that at a later
Dan, you're
time.
kind of mumbling. I can't quite hear.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you.
Get closer to the mic. I was just indicating that we're coming back to the board for the specifics of the bank building and the restaurant building. So any final touches around the entrance to the bank, we can certainly handle through that additional review that you would have. The other kind of primary thing that we've updated since the last meeting is, or worked on addressing, is some further programming of the parklet. And I have a deck here that just shows, for example, there's a few different ways that we can program flexibly kind of this parklet. And we provided some graphics just to show you that nothing's going to be permanent in the parklet, but there are opportunities to have different seating arrangements, to have different kind of activities. This one shows you cornhole, for example, on that flexible space, perhaps a fire pit and seating area that could change with the season or with a change in kind of interest. This is another example of kind of having a bocce court. And again, seating, and what we would do is work with the retailers or the restaurant to change that over time, but lay out the surface and the walkway so those are constant. And so we wanted to provide kind of that explanation to the board. And Mark can elaborate on that. They've done this in a number of other projects. And this graphic shows you, and you've seen this one before, one utilization of the space kind of in that central area. And here are just some examples of PCA's work in other areas where they've had these types of flexible spaces. You see the nighttime version, if there's outdoor dining, like we envision on the left, kind of that central flexible space in the core, and then other activities kind of on the right. The upper image shows you another kind of application of programming that space that can change over time. So I think with that, we didn't have much else to cover with the board. We felt like we've gotten to the plan to a good place. I know there's been some questions around traffic, particularly around kind of final seating count for restaurant. And since we're seeking approval really for the first building and the programming of the first building, our feeling was that when the second restaurant comes in, if there's additional kind of outdoor seating or dining beyond our current projections, which there could be a modest amount of, we would address that at that time when there's more kind of known end user in terms of the restaurant and the final seating count. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board for any further questions you might have.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room or online who would care to make a comment? No hands. Public comment period is over. This is possible that this will take more than 15 minutes, so I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess right now. I use that clock to determine 5 minutes. So we are in recess for 5 minutes. We are now back in session and I turn this over to the board for their comments. What I would like to ask the board to do is do this in 2 rounds of comments. The first round of comments would address specifically the 4 waivers. I think it's 4 waivers. 1, 2, 3, 4 waivers that are outlined on the second page of the staff memo. If the board has problems with any of these waivers, the applicant deserves to know that now. And then we can go on to discuss the rest of the process. So please talk about the 4 waivers. The 13% parking lot landscape coverage instead of 15%. To reduce the minimum drive aisle to from 25 to 24 feet. To permit no landscape area between buildings and walkways, and to allow a parking lot with 15 or more spaces without islands, trees, or low walls, and 181 spaces are proposed. So address those specifically if you would, then we'll go back and take a look at the rest. Saying that, now who wants to step forward? Jen.
Nope. There we go. So I'm a little uncomfortable waiving. It sounds like 3 of the 4 waivers are for landscaping in particular. And I have a question, first of all. I'm curious, like, what amount of space are we actually talking about? I'm sure someone's done the calculation. I hesitate to put you on the spot, but I'm curious if you know roughly how many more square feet of landscape area would get you at the 15%? Sorry, Drew. You don't have to answer right now, I guess. I don't want to. Is it like 2 more parking spaces worth of space, or a lot more, or half that much, or because I think I'm struggling because this is a brand new site, and I realize that it's constrained in a lot of different ways, but I'm just curious, like, how close are we to actually getting to meeting that?
Quickly off the Drew Gagnon, Coral Palmer. Quickly off the top of my head, I think it's close to 10 to 12 spaces would have to convert to landscaped islands for this to get to the 15%. I think an important aspect of this discussion is a lot of times in parking lots, we are able to make up that percentage in between parking bays if there's a double loaded parking bay. And in this condition, we're really just wrapped around the building. So it's a much more difficult to get to that percentage just in this type of layout. And given the constraints of wetlands on 3 sides of the development, that's really not contributing and helping to the percentage. So we felt that we've met appropriate landscaping. It just doesn't meet the percentage because of kind of the programming of the site, if you will.
Okay. It's more than
The other,
that I asked.
yeah, and I think as we talked to the board about at past meetings, we've really worked to concentrate on placemaking with this. Like, we could have easily not done that central, most projects wouldn't. That'd be a drive aisle and parking. We'd probably meet the landscape percentage the same around the bank. So we tried to really, as Drew indicated, provide only a double loaded kind of parking area around the site versus a larger parking field, say in the front or back. And sacrifice some parking lot landscape in exchange for kind of placemaking and kind of people places. That's been really the method of the site layout, and contributing to these waivers. The other waiver it contributes to is kind of breaking up the parking, because we've done, there could be 6 parking spaces on both sides facing that central parklet, and parking landscaped islands spread amongst the parking fields. Instead, we concentrated it in that location to achieve that kind of people place instead.
Okay, so I can't really slow. The other way to do that, of course, would be less impervious area, and I know you mentioned earlier that you did dial back that plaza area in front of the bank a little bit. And so I'm curious if you're also seeking the waiver for the reduced aisle width, so in theory that helps as well. I guess my last question on the topic of these waivers is they read to me as outlined that if you were to meet so maybe the zero foot offset is a little is an outlier, but if you were to meet you could, if you were able to address this 15% landscaping issue, you'd be seeking 2 less waivers. Is that right? The two are sort of connected.
15%. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the zero kind of setback or zero landscaping from the facade of the building is really, we're actually providing landscaping in front of the building. You can see it above and on the front and back of the building too. It's just more of an urban condition where it's a tree and a grate. It's like more of a Main Street
Yeah.
landscape condition. And we have canopies so that don't work well with obviously landscaping underneath. So we're just trying to achieve a more mixed use urban setting there. And not a suburban kind of setting where you have landscaping right up against the
Sure.
building.
And I'm confusing my projects here. I apologize, but we heard a project at a prior meeting where the topic of tree wells and tree well grates was discussed in terms of how you calculated that in your percentages. Can you remind me? Is that factored in or not factored in?
Yeah, conservatively, we actually haven't factored it in since
Okay.
it's such a small area.
Sure.
It wouldn't really do much to the percentage, but
But you're
that's
still getting the benefit of the tree part.
correct,
Okay.
correct.
I do feel a little bit more comfortable with that, and I do like the notion that you're still able, like in a lot of other cases, you may not have that landscape buffer adjacent to the building, and then you may just not have any landscaping. So I think the addition of the trees there, be they in grates, I think will have a big impact. I still don't love the long expanse of parking all by itself along the back row there. Do appreciate the small island that you did add. And just there is nothing, because that's a retaining wall at the back, is that right? So
Correct.
there's no opportunity for planting behind or near that.
Correct,
because it's
yeah.
graded?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Okay, you have convinced me. I appreciate your calculating on the fly and thoughtfulness around this topic and your answers. So I'm okay with these as proposed.
Thank you. Roger.
Drew, following on what Jen just said, the area where you have the retaining wall on the back, is that just wooded wetlands behind there?
Some of it is you can actually almost see it on this plan. It's kind of tough to get on the projector there, but there's a line right about here.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah.
The site plan will show it. Yeah, so there's a couple of fingers of wetlands that do kind of create that edge that we're creating. It's these hatched areas right here. So to answer your question, it jogs in and out, but the retaining wall for a portion of it is up against the wetland. There are portions that are uplands in between that we're just not proposing development on.
And what is the drop there from the retaining wall down to the wetlands?
It varies. I think one of it is around 5 feet, but then that's the highest, and it goes down to essentially a 2-foot retaining wall on each side.
The reason I was asking that is I was wondering if it would make any sense, because nothing's going to be developed there. Would it make sense to put some trees in there that would drape over to add some ambiance to the parking lot, without putting trees right in the parking lot?
Yeah, and we evaluated that. I mean, one of the reasons is just we added angles to the retaining wall and just becomes more complicated and tougher to build. So we wanted that nice straight section across, recognizing that kind of the piece of wetland that comes closest to the retaining wall kind of sets where that edge is. And also we wanted to lower our impact, just developed area in general. So if we were to do that, we'd be pushing the retaining wall back further and removing more existing trees just behind the retaining wall, just to add a few more there. So I think it's important that there are some pretty tall trees on site right there that will provide some shade for those. It's obviously not clear cutting. We're only cutting just beyond the retaining wall where we have to, so.
I don't know if you want to discuss this right now, Rachel, but I was thinking when that came up regarding the parking lot and some more landscaping there, I was thinking of that, what do you call it? The center court? Is that what you're calling that? The area between.
Parklet.
Oh, the parklet?
Yeah.
And okay, I was thinking of that and over there by the bank, if you could come up with some pervious type material that could sort of offset the lack of, drainage. I'm thinking of in the parking lot, I mean, you're dealing with these, like Jen said, these constraints. I know what you're trying to do. From my point of view, I think if this operation is very successful, people visiting would rather have a parking spot than see a tree in a parking spot, so if you could offset the need, one of the side benefits of the landscaping obviously is stormwater and that whole treatment. So if you could offset that with that parklet, some sort of pervious treatment there, as well as over by the bank or anywhere else you can do that.
And just to clarify with the parklet there, there's an open area that Dan was presenting on earlier with, the bocce court or anything else there. On either side is where we have our LID stormwater treatment. So it's actually provided for in the landscaped islands here. So it's a planted stormwater facility,
Okay.
but that is incorporated into the design on either side of that there. So it's kind of the connectivity through the buildings. And that's one of the reasons why we're requesting banks of parking beyond 15 spaces, is because we're allocating all those individual islands that we normally have spaced around to this spot to provide for that treatment.
That center strip though is gonna be artificial turf or something like that, isn't it?
I believe it's vegetated right now is what we're proposing. Oh, it's artificial turf. It is artificial turf.
So I guess I would sacrifice the bocce opportunity to have something, like those blocks where you can, I don't know exactly what they call, where you can grow grass in between the openings in the blocks and things like that.
I think some planters are part of the future design between the two buildings there that we're trying to defer to when the tenants end up going there to kind of program, but I believe there are some planters that are gonna be proposed in there.
I guess pertaining to the waivers. I guess I am kind of sympathetic to what they're trying to do here because of the constraints they're trying to meet, so.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you guys looked at over in the bank? I mean, with all respect to the bank, they may not necessarily need a park that large. Have you considered trying to maybe take some square footage there and make that more landscape? Because I know you have like the bike rack and the bench, and those are all nice, and we want to see them as part of the site. But is there a portion of that can potentially shrink? Because usually when you go to the bank, you're there for your transaction and then you leave. You don't really sort of linger around.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely look at reducing the paver area by the bank. We actually did reduce it from the last presentation, and we left it that size, after the reduction, we left it that size to accommodate a bench and a bike rack and also to have clear passage into the front door. But we're certainly open to maybe losing a bench and just reducing that area. It's, to your point, it's not a big priority for a bank when the other space is a pretty big priority for the success of the project. So we're happy to make an adjustment, and the board actually will look at that one again, when we actually have a specific end user. So
Great. Yeah, I'm just thinking from just a general perspective, you have, oh, it's really loud. You can relocate the bench, you can relocate the bike rack to another location on site somewhere. Usually, I mean, the bank area isn't intended to be overflow for folks that want to hang out in the parklet, I wouldn't imagine.
No.
So I think you can make up some square footage there and just make it more, I mean, it's a bank, it's a business, people are going to be going in and out. See if we can maybe streamline that a little bit.
Sure.
Have you folks considered, I know we're trying to shrink other portions of the site, but have you considered shrinking the actual building footprint by a few feet to accommodate additional landscaping? Rather than looking at reducing the parklet, reducing the actual building by a little bit?
I mean, the building's what makes the site work. So we actually have, we had a 12,000 square foot version footprint of the central building. We've reduced that down to 10,004 about, and that really is kind of the minimum footprint we need to have the mix of tenants on the first floor and the office space. So we have actually made that adjustment, and we're at the point now that this is kind of what makes the project work in terms of the building sizes.
Okay. And I guess back to the bank, and forgive me, Madam Chair, we're still only just focusing our line of questions on the first 4 items of the waivers. Excellent. I have one comment, but that'll be for afterwards. I guess I'm sure you've looked at the orientation of this bank 100 times, but if you're making changes to the pavers in that area, maybe there's a way you can rotate the bank footprint a little bit more just to get a little bit more out of that space. But I imagine you've likely already done a lot of that already. So that's the only questions that I have right now.
Thanks.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, whenever I see a project and they're coming for 4 waivers, I start to think, are you building something because you've designed the building and what everything you want in it, and now you're trying to fit it in the site to make it work? And that's what I feel like is going on here. There's alternatives, and it's always, well, this is the size of the footprint that makes it work. Well, that's not always the case, because in our ordinance for this area, you can go higher than 3 stories. And you're limiting yourself to doing 3 stories because that's what you want. But yet you want to come and ask for 4 waivers to do something that we feel, that's why it's in our ordinance, that these are important aspects. And I'm having a hard time because it's always we give, and we come up with ideas like changing the footprint a little bit to make these things work. And it doesn't work for the project. And so I'm having a tough time wanting to say, okay, go ahead and we'll disallow our ordinances when we make other applicants do this. So that's where I'm coming out on this, Rachel.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in on the waivers as well. I'm okay on the drive aisle width from 25 to 24. I have a problem with the 13% proposed open space, proposed landscaping as opposed to the 15%. I have a tweak, I would guess, on the waiver to provide a landscaped area between building and sidewalks. 0 feet is proposed, because my suggestion actually would be for the bank area that you put a landscaped area right in between the building and the paving. That would provide, so that's one place where I wouldn't want to see 0.
Mhm.
I think that would, I think having a resting place in front of the bank, given the distance to the resting place on the far side of the larger building, the main building, is reasonable. But it doesn't have to be that big. Should have a bench, should have a bike rack, a couple of trees, a place to sit, but otherwise it can be landscaped further. I have let's see where I am now. The waiver to break up the parking lot with 15 more spaces to mitigate. I don't think I can vote for that. I think the closer we get to Willowdale Brook, we just plane into an area where landscaping is extraordinarily important. Trees are important. Getting rid of a heat sink is important. I'm really kind of with Rick on this, that from my perspective, I would be voting no on a couple of these waivers, which is why I asked the board to simply let me know or to explain to you where they are. If we had a full draft motion and that was in there, I don't know if the board would hold it up for one of these waivers, but I don't think it's necessarily something that if you've been listening to what we've said, that you want to take a chance on.
Okay.
So let's go back now and look at the rest of the plan. So now that we've thoroughly confused the applicant on the waivers, we could move on to the rest of the plan. Who wants to go first after that comment?
Madam Chair, I can go.
Okay, thank you, James.
My comment here is with regard to the lighting. Going through the cut sheet, I'd like to see a 80 CRI specified instead of 70. And for those of you out there, CRI stands for color rendering index. It's used to indicate how much color is seen by the human eye. And LED lights typically range between 70 and 95. 70 and 80 is considered sort of the low end. You end up having lights that are potentially too bright, they're too white. And especially outdoors, it kind of ruins or it really kind of says something else about the overall outdoor space. So a closer light is to 100 CRI, the more accurate the color should appear under it. Granted, I'll need to see exactly what shade of red that some old Honda Civic is in the parking lot, but colors play a big deal when you're trying to see who's walking away or under security camera, what color coat they're wearing, so on and so forth. So I want to see at least a minimum of 80 CRI specified for this. And then I don't see here, and I mentioned it last time, there isn't anything selected for the network control options. We mentioned having sort of a controlled step down dimming for after hours when the parking lot is empty, no one's going to be in there, so you can afford to have lower light levels, since if anybody's in there and a police car is going by, they're going to immediately see that single individual or person. So I'd like to see some network control options selected, programmed, addressed either in this cut sheet and spelt out how it's going to be worked from the building, or have it on the plan itself. Either the photometric plan or the next closest thing. I know the photometric plan is strictly for the light levels, but I just want to see more of what the control scheme is going to be. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. We do have a note that we're required in dimming after 10 p.m. on this plan, so we are committed to that. We just haven't specified the actual control unit. We typically try to just leave that up to the electrician on site, or but I can look into getting something for future submissions.
With this cut sheet though, you're buying this particular fixture, am I right?
Correct.
So if these fixtures are going to be installed, you're going to want to have some programming option included in the fixture itself when you buy them. Otherwise, there won't be any communication between the building and there. You have to have like a NEMA 7-pin receptacle or some sort of networked photo cell that can communicate to the building bath, and that should be specified with the fixture itself. So I would suggest that these fixtures come prepared with that for whatever control scheme ends up being at each of the buildings here. So if these fixtures are being purchased, I'll say by this project and this particular phase right here, and they're already going to be in before the tenants in these buildings are in there, then they're going to have something in there for them to connect to. Because right now it's just a fixture that'll just turn on. You get what I mean?
Yeah, no, we understand that. We've used these fixtures on other projects and I believe they are capable of the dimming. I've confirmed that. So but we can certainly circle back on that.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, every LED is capable of dimming. But the program for shutting it off at a certain time, allowing capabilities to reprogram in the future if, say, you want to turn them off later or turn them off earlier or keep them on all night if it becomes a problem that the lights are too low. So having that flexibility gives it that chance to really find its exact location of where it needs to be as far as control is concerned. Because we're saying after 10 PM when they're closed, 50% down, that may not be the right answer. We're just that, after this is lived in for 6 months, 6 years, it may need to be revisited. So my last thought, just have some network control option purchased with this fixture they can connect to.
Understood.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And on this side. I think Rick Meinking got.
I'll just
got you first.
piggyback on my colleague Jim there. I think what would help, at least from my standpoint, is when you provide these cut sheets. That's why we ask for the cut sheets. If you could highlight what your anticipated purchase or what you're speccing out is a lot better than us having to look at all the different models and say, okay, there is this control network fixture you can get or an add-on. If you want to say, by highlighting it, that's going to be the addition. That's great. That would be an easy way for us to identify that you have thought about it and this is the approach you're taking. Is that fair?
It absolutely is. And I will say in their defense, they did highlight portions of the cut sheet, but not
Not the controls.
controls.
I know.
Yeah.
And it's always the controls that are forgotten.
Yeah, heard. Thanks, Rick.
That's all, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you. Roger.
I got two questions. Do you actually have a tenant lined up for the main building? Or is that something that can be redesigned as Rick brought up?
We have a variety of tenants interested. They're waiting on approvals and construction pricing, like lease pricing, purchase pricing before they move forward. So they're dependent on review and approval.
Okay. And then the other question on the landscaping, one of the comments in the staff's report was between the two access points, there's no landscaping what's your rationale for not having any?
So there's a wetland area that's shown in white. That's to the right of those two trees. That wetland area is being maintained, left in that condition. It's vegetated. We're not, there's trees growing in that space. So, and it's not a location that we can plant additional trees. We're not supposed to disturb it. So we didn't show the existing vegetation on the plan because we're not proposing to change what's there. So, I mean, if we're looking at moving landscaped islands around, that changes a very significant amount of the project. So like the two areas where we've concentrated the parking lot landscaped area, like I described, if those are removed or shifted around, then we're not probably doing the same LID stormwater approach. We're not probably providing that central core in that same design. So, it's a pretty big change to the programming that we thought was a pretty awesome asset. Like there's not very many projects that actually put a courtyard in between two commercial buildings. There's projects that provide landscaped islands in parking lots. But we were trying to be quite deliberate about how we concentrate those landscaped islands that could be distributed into a location that's beneficial to the site, to the people that visit it more than the cars. So we have to rethink how we, approach this project if that's not gonna work in terms of the board review.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right off the bat, I appreciated the comment in the staff memo of drawing attention to the treating the 95% of the impervious area. which I disagree, I think is a really important element, given the proximity to this sensitive environmental area. And I realize that again, your site and space constrained horizontally, vertically, all the things. But you know, and I think I'm not going to belabor the point. You've obviously heard that this is, you know, we're sensitive to this area because it's a sensitive area. And so I do think that element, that requirement should be met. And I'll just leave that at that. I also, there was also a comment about quantifying and or sort of counting differently interior and exterior restaurant seating areas. And I know, Dan, you kind of touched on that briefly about taking a look at that or differentiating that between this submission and future submissions, which is fine, however you want to divvy it up. But I do think that's an important thing to keep track on. You know, I know we all sort of learned a lot about this firsthand during COVID, when a lot of restaurants moved seating space outdoors, which was great. And we all learned to love to eat outside. But then when the opportunity came back to, you know, have indoor and outdoor space, you can't have both, because parking and so many other requirements are based on that total square footage. So I think that would be important to hear from in the future. And then lastly, I just have two other questions, sort of given the nature of the conversation that we've had to date. I'm curious if Roger kind of danced around this question, but I'm going to ask it very directly. Did you consider pervious pavers for any portion of the site and or roof gardens or green roof treatments for the buildings?
Yeah, no, we certainly did. And when we permitted this project through the state, we weren't able to do roof gardens because we didn't have a design for our building yet. So kind of trying to be a little bit in between our traditional open stormwater systems, we were able to utilize focal points, which we thought was a happy medium to be able to implement with the design, as well as, you know, still provide the treatment that we're looking for here. So regarding the pervious pavers, we did evaluate that, and we thought just focal point was just a better option for, again, trying to create that central area and really bring the vegetation and the stormwater facilities together with the landscaping for this design. I do want to touch on real quick with the impervious area treatment. So I think, I think I did explain this last time at the planning board meeting, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but the state DEP application that we do for these projects is a larger application that encompasses a couple different areas on site. The less than 95% treatment is referring to a portion of the project up by Innovation District that was included in the overall stormwater report that was provided in the application. We did our best to try to annotate that stormwater report so we didn't have to redo another one for this site. What we did is we just provided, simply because of geometry, we provided a little bit less than 95% and made up for it in treatment depth for the Innovation District. This site is down here, you know, I'm half mile away from that treatment percentage in a completely different watershed, and we're treating 100% of what we're treating on site. So this was provided in the package, which is a water quality plan that shows which focal point treats what impervious area, and we're treating 100% of it. So I think the comment might have just been grabbed and kind of regurgitated a few times from a different portion of the downs. And we'll certainly deal with that when we get to that local application process. And I apologize for making some confusion about that. But this site specifically, we are treating 100% of the impervious area of the site.
Thanks. And I guess lastly, I'll just say, I don't, me personally, I'm guessing the rest of the board, I want to recognize that you are proposing a lot of unique treatments. We don't see a lot of these treatments on our projects that come in front of us, and they're great. They're going to be great. That center space is going to be great. I wish we saw more low impact, you know, treatment like you're providing on other projects. But I think the issue is just that it's not quite enough. And that's probably hard to hear, because I know that you're juggling a lot of things here, but, you know, to Rick's point, our ordinance calls for X, so we're looking for X. That's kind of it. And we appreciate what you're doing to get to where you are at currently. but I think that, you know, even given some of those creative treatments, I think that, you know, any additional options that you may be able to consider in that, you know, in that vein. I'm not sure. I like what you're proposing here. I'm not sure that, you know, that a return to sort of a more traditional parking lot design and treatment just to get to the 15%. I don't know. I guess I'd be interested in what the board's thoughts are on that, but I think they are proposing a lot of good things here. I think it's just the amount, and for me, it's the fact that it's a new site. This is an undeveloped site. So, you know, sometimes we see rehab sites that have other constraints, but here, I know you don't want to change the size of the building. I understand that, but that's sort of an option because it's a brand new, you know, it's all new construction. So that's all that I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Roger.
Thank you. So just so I understand, you're saying that 95% of the site is the stormwater is being treated on 100% of the site, this site.
For this site, correct.
Okay.
100% of the impervious area is being treated on this site specifically.
Okay, and if to one of the waivers that you're requesting is on the parking to get to that 15%, and you're saying that would take up to possibly 10 more parking spaces to get to that?
Yeah, roughly from just replacing impervious spaces with vegetated spaces. That's what it would
Okay.
roughly be.
So if you did replace those parking spaces with impervious spaces, right? Wouldn't it be
Yep,
impervious?
landscaped islands.
Yeah. Which would be indirectly creating some kind of a stormwater element to it as well, right?
We wouldn't, I think what you might be getting at is if we change it to a pervious pavement, that doesn't count for the landscape percentage. But if we remove 10 spaces and change them to a vegetated landscaped island, we would be 10 spaces short of the town demand.
Right, but and you wouldn't be necessarily doing anything more. Because with stormwater, because you're already satisfying 100% of it.
Correct. Yeah, frankly, our systems are oversized for the site because we pre-permitted it, if you will. So we're not even near the capacity of what we could put from an impervious standpoint on the site.
Okay, what I'm getting at is if it's not going to enhance the stormwater now, effect any more than it currently is, if it's 100% now, based on your proposal. And we're talking just strictly aesthetics by having, no?
No, we're, first of all, we're talking ordinance, and then we're also talking a replacement of heat absorbing asphalt with landscaping plants that actually provide oxygen back into the air.
No, I understand. all
Okay,
that.
so, but it actually doesn't have anything really to do with stormwater. In other words, they've already met stormwater. Replacing some of the parking lots with landscaped islands adds not just to the visual, but provides amelioration of a heat sink of all of the asphalt that's down there. And that's why we have those in big parking lots. Now, in some big parking lots, does it help with stormwater? Yes. But is that the crucial thing? Not necessarily, and not necessarily in this case, because they've already met the stormwater. So what it does do is works towards the ordinance and towards handling a problem of heat and asphalt pervious surface throughout the whole project.
Oh, let me ask you this thing, is there something between what they have now and losing 10 spaces?
I think it would be interesting if they showed us something that did that. In other words, they're at 13%, they need to be at 15%. in terms of coverage or in terms of landscape space. They have a requirement for islands in large parking areas. They need to potentially eliminate, I believe from what Drew said, 10 parking spaces in order to get there. We've indicated to them where we are, where a lot of us are on the board. And I would look forward to them coming back to us with some options.
And if I could add to that, Madam Chair, I think with this project taking a phased approach, that certainly gives the board a little bit of flexibility after seeing some of those improvements that you just described. And Jen has certainly spoken to this as well, is that the tenant fit up isn't exactly known for, the restaurant uses, which the zoning ordinance requires a certain amount of spaces per, certain amount of square feet of waiting area and tables. So that could potentially alter as the next phase comes back towards the board for a site plan. So there is that sort of flexibility to be able to look at that again and say, okay, maybe you don't need those 10 spaces that were removed. But even if they still need like 6 or 8 of them, there is flexibility in the CPD zoning district for parking with alternate transportation provisions and on-street parking. So there is some room for flexibility with if the applicant wants to go ahead and kind of show those things.
Yeah, we can blue sky forever, but it's the applicant that we hope can come back to us with something that reflects our needs and interests and their needs and interests. This isn't really a bargaining session. I'm accustomed to union bargaining. I'm accustomed to interest-based bargaining. That's not what we're doing, but we are offering them a hope that they can get this through by offering to us something that we think meets the needs of the town and addresses the spirit of the town ordinances. All right, that's my take on it. So if there is nothing else, let me just say that this is the first time I've seen artificial turf come before us. As far as I know, I have no problems with artificial turf as it currently exists. It's a lot better than it used to be. I like the idea of that space. I like what you showed in terms of a flexible area where perhaps a tenant could take a month to sponsor a month to put something in there. In other words, it's a way to keep that whole area interesting and open to the community. I think the fit out of the restaurant's going to be very important because on one level it can provide more landscaping space, or it might provide a different way to provide gathering spaces beyond what the restaurants might need. So I would hate to see anything happen to that space, which of course puts you in a bind of trying to figure out how to do everything on the same amount of space. I don't believe I have any additional questions. I think we have provided you with enough comments that you're going to be puzzling for a while.
I hope it's
Danny,
not a while.
You look as
but,
though you need to make a comment. Go ahead.
No, I think we've gotten feedback from the board and we'll take another look at it to try to achieve the vision for the project and also the ordinance requirements. So we'll do our best.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Next item, Crossroads Holdings LLC requests final subdivision review of the Downs Town Center subdivision. The subdivision is a 34-acre, 7-lot subdivision at Scarborough Downs. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Downs is in front of the planning board with a final subdivision plan for the town center subdivision at the Downs. As you mentioned, it would include 7 lots on a 34-acre piece of the Downs. The applicant has provided responses with respect to much of the parking, landscaping, the traffic analysis that's been done. Some of the items that staff brought to the board's attention were the materials of the walkways that are proposed with the pavers and, how that might work from a maintenance perspective and having those conversations with Public Works. Communication with state agencies on the DOT-owned conservation easement near Willowdale Brook, as well as communication the board received from the Eastern Trail after having worked with the applicant. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
I'm just going to try to get to share quicker than last time and let Drew do the presentation. Let's see. All right. Here we go. Thanks.
Good evening, Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer. I'll try to go quickly through this, recognizing the full agenda and the board's seen this application a few times at this point. So we are seeking preliminary final subdivision approval tonight for this. So just to orient everyone, this is Town Center subdivision, just located in the red here. And this big dashed line is the Town Center District Master Plan area. This is the updated subdivision plan that we provided. Just a few updates from this. We've modified, or I guess have shown a little more clearly what we're calling the bypass roads through lot 2 here in these locations, and working with town staff and making sure that those meet town ordinances. In addition, we've included the subdivision of lot 4 and created another lot from the same area that was previously proposed. It used to all be just lot 4. This is in line with another item that's on your agenda later this evening. So we've just started showing kind of the piece by piece how we come together through this subdivision and how all these lot lines are starting to fit together. Just a few questions we had, or excuse me, a few clarifying from the questions that were in the report. There was a question regarding access to lot 7. The intent is, and it's probably be explained again at the later agenda item, the intent is that access for lot 7 is through the easements provided on lot 4. So there would be a shared access between lot 7 and lot 4, which is the intention of these lines here showing that. So we're not intending another curb cut on Downs Road or really on Cross Street within this subdivision submission, recognizing that there's really not a whole lot of room there. Few updates we had since the last meeting. We've increased the storage length for the left turn lane at the first bypass road. That was a town peer review comment. We were able to get another 30 feet there to meet what the analysis was proposing. So that was no issue there. Regarding the development and the agreement with the Maine DOT conservation easement. So that's this area down here, and it borders the highest district subdivision. That area had an easement record or an agreement recorded in 95 about with the Willowdale stream going through there. And we're proposing 2 outfalls within this subdivision, and the agreement does allow and give right to the development and the property to have utilities and or drainage outfalls in that location. And we did provide some of that language to the town earlier this week to just clarify that. We understand that we've agreed to the getting confirmation from the DOT that that is the case, but we're confident that's what the agreement states. There are a few spot grade updates at the raised intersection that the civil peer reviewer came up with. Those are easily, those can be easily addressed, and we're happy to address those as well. And as far as the traffic peer review comments, there's a few minor comments left on traffic signage, as well as the radii to the lot 1 entrance, just to help with the fire truck encroachment. We're pleased to do those, and so, as well as the traffic signage questions. We can address those as well. So I will leave it at that, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room or online that would like to make a comment? If you're in the room and you'd like to make a comment, please approach the mic. If you are online and you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. All right, let's hear from Mike. Mike,
Hello.
when you come online, please give your name, full name and address.
All right. Hello, my name is Michael Daly. I live at 4000 Gateway Circle. I'm sorry if this comment is not the most appropriate for this topic, but it seemed to be the most appropriate with all these lots being allocated. I was just looking at the overall town center site plan, and I was really hoping to see separated bike lanes going through the town center area, with that being such a pedestrianized space. I live over at the apartments on the other side of Higas. And if we had a separated bike lane going through the town center of the Downs, it would provide me and many others in my complex a safe route to bike within the Downs and over to the Oak Hill area, such as the schools, the town hall, and Hannaford's. So just wanted to make that point known. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? In the room? No, in that case, the public hearing is closed, and I will turn this over to the board. I can call on you or you can volunteer. Bunch of people looking at their shoes. Rick? Okay, Jen?
Thanks, Rick.
Well, most of it is.
Fine, it's fine. My biggest question is about I'm really curious to hear what your thoughts are regarding, I'm assuming that you got a copy of the letter from the Eastern Trail Alliance. And I thought that they actually really eloquently put into words some concerns that and I think some others on the board have had over a period of time. In terms of how this area of activity will ultimately connect to this other facility that we have in town. And, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about and looking at very really small detail levels of how this project, but a lot of the other phases of this project interface with other vehicle infrastructure that we have. And so I just really appreciated the comments from the Eastern Trail, giving some perspective on how this may connect with that facility over time. So I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, we had actually a great call with the Eastern Trail Alliance. We talked about Sawyer Road because we brought it up. As me as a biker and knowing the project, indicated that Sawyer Road would be a logical place for a cyclist to choose to get down to Route 1 across the Commerce Drive and vice versa. So we also talked about the future potential of, you know, Enterprise Business Park and other connections that could happen over time. So very collaborative call with Eastern Trail Alliance. And they seemed very interested in partnering over time with the town, potentially with the Downs, on making connections. So we're open to providing sort of bike route signage towards Sawyer Road in addition to Route 1. During our call with them, never was there like a real notion that, you know, we're doing a major improvement plan to Sawyer Road, but rather helping cyclists find their way and find options to get to and from Eastern Trail to the Downs project. And as I think the board likely remembers, that it came through the board, I think the Eastern Trail originally, that we provide bike route signage out to Route 1, given we're making pedestrian improvements there as well as the intersection improvements. So I guess that summarizes our conversation with them, and we're open to kind of continue to help wayfinding as part of this or at future phases.
Great. So I'm curious with regard to this phase, how that connection would be made. Would you?
We're already making a connection to Sawyer Road through the Sawgrass neighborhood, and that's what I shared with the Eastern Trail Alliance down. So that's Hackamore Avenue, just south of this phase. closer to,
Okay, so right on the bottom here.
yeah, just below. It's off the screen. I'll call it a block. The Redico site is in between this screen and, oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Thanks, Drew.
yeah.
So this is kind of reorienting everyone 90 degrees, but in orange red is the town center phase that we're talking about. So Downs Road is, if you can see my cursor, okay, here, obviously it heads down to Route 1. Hackamore Avenue is here. And as part of the town center residential phase that we're completing right now, we're building a bike path connection to the Sawgrass neighborhood, which ties into their street, also ties into their sidewalk, which then ties into Sawyer Road and the sidewalk on Sawyer Road, which gets you to Memorial Park, gets you to Route 1. And it's, once you're to Route 1, it's a shorter distance to get to the Commerce Drive intersection than if you're cycling along Route 1 coming from the Downs Road intersection. So that's, you're still dealing with Route 1 in some capacity, but it's a shorter section. So we thought that would be a fine additional wayfinding opportunity, I guess is one way to put it.
Yeah. So is the thought there, because there's some gaps even in that route, I agree that that's a more, it's a more desirable, a more comfortable and probably safer route than going directly out to Route 1. The bike path that's currently under construction, I forget between the heading into Sawgrass right now, is that, what's the width on that? 8 to 10 feet, something like that.
I think it's 8, but yeah.
And then I'm not familiar with the approvals for that Sawgrass neighborhood, but I'm guessing that their roadways are narrow also. And so I guess in kind of the larger sense, I'm curious. So yes, I understand that routing and focusing from this phase 1 area out through this connection you're making to the Sawgrass neighborhood. But beyond that, what does that connection look like to the Eastern Trail, particularly on Sawyer Road? Like, I don't know, are there shoulders? What's the situation on Sawyer Road?
Well, Sawgrass did build a sidewalk on the park side to connect to the park. So there's
Of Sawyer.
pedestrian facilities. And as you mentioned, Sawgrass was built with curb line 20 feet from
Yeah,
face of curb to
that's
face
tight.
of curb. But as far as what's on Sawyer, yeah, it would be sharing the road, I would assume. And so if you're directing the cyclists that way, I think that would probably have to be the intent. Because I don't believe there's any kind of adequate shoulder there.
No, there's a sidewalk, but that's only for the cyclists
That's
that
what
would
I'm
use
saying,
the sidewalk.
on the-
Sure,
On
sure.
the park side, right?
Yeah, on the east side of the road.
Yep.
Yep.
And then from Sawyer on Route 1 to Commerce, you'd be on Route 1 southbound, right? That comes out north.
Yeah, there's a segment from the Sawyer signal to the Commerce Drive signal. There's a sidewalk, there's a shoulder.
Yep.
That's the condition. It's similar condition to Downs to Commerce. It's just a shorter distance. So there are other ways people can go as well. We just brought that up as an alternative for wayfinding, not as a proposal to do a major capital project. That's not really something that we're in position to do. But similar to the Route 1 signage bike route, that might be an alternative. That's really more of a town kind of decision around wayfinding, Eastern Trail Alliance, that.
Yeah, I just continue to feel really strongly that this phase and this phase of the red inside the blue line that you have here, and then what sits outside the blue line, particularly all the residential units that are being added. We've all heard recently about a potential school facility somewhere else outside of this, and I'm not attaching that to this per se, but just speaking to a lot of potential demand and use for a non-vehicular connection. And I think a lot of these distances are far for walking, but they're really great distances for biking. So between this town center and the municipal campus, I just feel really strongly that a safe, protected, well-signed bike route is really important. And I'm not sure how to make that happen. But they're too close not to connect. If we were talking about Dunstan Corner and the municipal campus, that's a long bike ride. This is not a long bike ride. You know, it's feasible that people should want, like the person who spoke earlier, you know, that's a bikeable distance from Higas Parkway to the town center and then on to the municipal campus and beyond other destinations in Oak Hill. And if this route were really well executed, you can eliminate travel on Route 1 for someone entirely, which is really, we don't have that option in a lot of other parts of town. There's marsh in the way, or there's, you know, established homes and roadway networks. And so I think the pieces are here. And so it's just a matter of connecting them. And I think it's all good stuff. I think it's terrific to hear that the Eastern Trail is on board with this type of thing. I think the town is on board. I think you're on board, but I'm just not really sure how to make sure that that gets done. That's my question.
Maybe I can answer that question. And a lot of what you're talking about really is off the site of the downs into neighborhoods and into the town-owned property and areas. The connection basically is there from Hackamore to the municipal building. Because
For pedestrians, it is.
no, it's there for bicyclists too, because they're building that trail that goes out to ultimately to Sawyer Road and Sawyer Road to Memorial Park, right there. In other words, it's close.
But there's no identified,
Well,
like,
but if you can let me finish. It would be up to the town, and perhaps the question is to the planning department, and through them to the town council, is the town willing to take on some of this completion and some of this signage and some of this wayfaring, working with the downs once it gets off of their property, because everything is almost there.
yeah,
But somebody's got to take leadership.
sure.
And that may be the town government that takes that sort of leadership.
Sure. I just look at it in comparison to what the town, the state, and the applicant have invested or agreed to invest to date offsite for a radius of 2 miles to the tune of millions and millions of dollars to accommodate vehicular traffic coming to and from this larger site. And we're asking for, you know, for bike facilities, which by all accounts are generally a lot less expensive, with some rare exceptions. But I think in this case, it could be done, you know, it could be done because the routes are there. They're public ways that are connected. But there are other treatments. There's a lot of great information out there about how to build bike facilities and build them beyond shared lane markings, which I think are not, that's like the bare minimum. And so I'm happy to, I sit on the transportation committee. I'm happy to take this up there if that's of help. But I think fully putting this onto the town may not be fully appropriate. I think that the applicant and the project here should have some hand in this, because we're asking the same thing for other modes, but we're not coming to the table with a plan for this. That's how I feel about it. So I don't know if there's a way that, you know, we've approved a bunch of other pieces of the subdivision. My concern continues to be with this particular phase is like, how do we get out of the town center into these other areas that have already been approved and many of them constructed already? And so I think, you know, we have some good build out pieces between here and there. So the bike path that you were talking about, the connection to Sawgrass neighborhood, I think that's great. But, you know, we're asking for signal improvements at Oak Hill because the traffic associated with this project warrants that. And so I think that it's very reasonable to ask for improvements on adjacent public rights of way based on traffic to and from the site, just in a different manner.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges is the town has a lot more plans in place for automobile improvements that are long overdue. We're doing stuff that wasn't done by many others, and we were a big project, so we're doing it. Not that it was entirely our responsibility.
Appreciate it.
And also pedestrian, there's more plans for pedestrians in place. Gentleman who wants to bike from the Beacon, we're building a sidewalk to the Beacon. We're gonna have a signalized intersection that can be used if he's nervous about using Higas Parkway. There's also shoulders there, but I think the existing bike infrastructure is not in the same place, and the plans are not in the same place. Like Sawyer Road is, if you're not using the sidewalk and you're not using the travelway, that's a significant capital project. And maybe not, but it sounds like a significant capital project to add shoulders to a segment that doesn't really have plans for it. I mean, maybe Angela and Autumn can correct me. Kind of same thing with Route 1. We're happy to do things along Route 1, but we were asked not to actually stripe the shoulder because it would just be a block or two, a segment of a much bigger corridor. So I think there's a fair amount there that isn't in place for us to like know what the improvement is and how much should be our responsibility, given all the other mitigation we're doing that's already required of us.
Dan, let me ask you a question that addresses Mike's question. Is there not a bike trail that circles around from Market Street to the Downs in back of the 3I building?
There is along Market Street, we're doing 8-foot wide bike path. So you can, from the Beacon, you can go down Higas Parkway, whether it's on a sidewalk or on a shoulder, which is pretty generous there, I believe. Cross onto Market Street, and then immediately there is actually bike lanes on Market Street past the site we were talking about earlier, but there's also an 8-foot wide multi-purpose path that I think many cyclists would choose to use versus Market Street. That'll bring you all the way to the Downs Road. And then the sidewalk on Downs Road is also 10 to 12 feet wide. There's another multi-use path I think you're thinking of that goes around the gravel wetland that's off-road, if you will. So there's a variety of cycling options that would get that gentleman in and out of the project.
Yeah, I was thinking about his specific question about the center of town, where Market and Scarborough Downs intersect.
Yeah, so
That if he wants to get from Market Street to Route 1, it doesn't necessarily have to go into the intersection.
True. Yep.
In other words, so it's a circle around. And when the rest of it's built, I can't remember the lot number at this point, perhaps lot 2, don't know. But when the more or less bypass is built, it will also be possible for bicyclists to go up Market Street, take a left on one of those roads, get to Scarborough Downs Road. Again, not necessarily going through the center where Market and Scarborough Downs intersects.
Yeah, there'll be
So
certainly
somebody could
options.
get to Costco or Innovation by going.
Sure.
By going that way. Okay, so there are some alternative routes already planning, and one of those alternative routes we're dealing with this subdivision.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that doesn't address the Sawyer Road, but it does. There is attention being paid in some areas.
Right, and ultimately, like, we want to make sure that the rights of ways that are laid out with the subdivision are appropriate for what's to be accommodated through those corridors. So I understand that, yeah.
Madam Chair,
Can I
Yeah,
just add one more thing?
sure.
I just pulled up as you were talking to look at that connection back to Sawgrass too, and I just, maybe it's something the applicant might want to take a look at too, because it does throttle down from the 8 foot to a 5 foot and connects directly onto a raised sidewalk rather than how that transition works, if that's the intent. Try to getting back to the municipal campus on a bike kind of thing. There's probably not a good transition there, so we might want to look at that as a possibility.
Jen, do you have any other?
No, I kind of got hung up on that one. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Someone else on the subdivision, Roger?
I just want clarification on the, on that lot 4 and lot 7, that sliver of land. Can you explain that again to me?
So on lot 4, this dash line illustrates an easement for utilities and access. And it goes down along lot 7 and then back over to along the other edge of lot 7 to Scarborough Downs Road.
Okay.
The reason lot 7 shaped that way is right now, that's just our DEP limit. So we pre-permitted with DEP, kind of a development area, and we didn't want to show a new lot outside of that. So lot 7 is narrow there, not because we intend to build a very narrow building, but rather we'll add to lot 7 in the future after we do additional permitting so that it can be a appropriate size. But we felt it was important to size lot 4 for the project we're coming before you for, later on the agenda. So that's why it's narrow there, Roger, and then it's wider in a proper width down along Downs Road.
Okay, so it's not intended for vehicles or anything like that.
The easement area is, that sliver will be developed, but not until we get additional permitting to make it a larger area. That edge of lot 7.
So there,
Does that make sense?
I'm still confused. So that means there'll be another access point right onto Cross Street, or Cross Road, or whatever it's gonna.
Now, the access point will be in the easement on lot 4. So that between this dark line and this dash line is actually on your agenda later. We're showing a driveway and a parking lot. That driveway and a parking lot will also benefit lot 7 that is located to the right.
And you anticipate that lot 7 in the future might go eastward further? The boundary?
Yes, yeah, it will.
I guess I'm all set. Basically this is to approve this. Everything here.
Everything here.
Where I have my finger, right? So I'm all set just to move this along.
All right, anyone else? Board member, Jim?
I just one question, with the street lighting, with the light fixture cut sheets, question actually for Angela. Are these street lights connected to the town street light system, the ones that are be going down Market and Downs Road? Okay. I just noticed on the cut sheet, again, there wasn't a photo cell that was selected, but I know that there are specific requirements for that. So am I safe to say that that will be addressed?
So on the, can you?
No, of course. It doesn't have a photo cell or any kind of control button specified, but I know that there are specific requirements the town has for it. Just want to make sure that was taken care of, and that can be handled offline with the town and the applicant.
Yeah, it's similar to the rest of the Downs Road where we have, I know the rest of the Downs is on meters too, and so it's been an easier process, I will say, than with a lot of other developers, trying to get lights on and trying to work with Public Works to try to make sure we have those right things in place. So I think that's worked smoothly so far.
Great.
I don't know, they might disagree, but I guess it worked smoothly. Lights are on.
Thank you, Angela. I guess the only other question I have is about the auto turning. in the very center of the town where you're showing the fire trucks doing the auto turning. It's page 12 of the auto turn PDF. I may not necessarily need to bring that all the way up here, but it shows that the fire truck is going over sort of the pavers on the corner just to make the turn. And I wanted to make sure, I know in the earlier presentations of this particular section, there was the future thought of eliminating those side of the road parking spots in lieu to make the road wider to facilitate more traffic, if that's the desire through there. Is that going to impact the turning radius, the auto turn radius of fire trucks in this T intersection in the downtown?
It shouldn't, and we thought of that in the future too. And if, and it's not the intention, it's just if, fail safe, if you will,
Sure.
if there's an additional lane added anywhere in there, we're confident that we can make the fire truck turning movement. There's quite a bit of room between there and where we have the seat walls and the protective area for pedestrians. So that's the intention, is that it'll work in the future as well.
Okay. And I understand, I'm not asking for to have all that in here. We know that's the worst case scenario, but just thinking it may necessitate having to move back your stopping line or something like that, just in order so that cars don't pull up and fire trucks can make the turn. I guess I don't have any further comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I've got a couple of questions, observations. I appreciate the effort that you've put in with the Eastern Trail Alliance. And I appreciate their comprehensive review of the subject that's brought to us. There's a lot of potential that they talk about, but there is one process that we've started that I think we need to ensure is completed. And we've been talking about the connection at Commercial Street. Was it Commercial or Commerce? Commerce. And Route 1. That's what's going forward, correct?
Yeah, that was provided in our plan set, the wayfinding signage for bicyclists at Commerce and Route 1, as well as Downs Road and Route 1, that connection. So that's what the town requested that we put in there, and that's what's in the
So
application.
that will be a definite connection to the trail with all of any striping requirements, whatever is necessary to ensure some safe passage. The lights are going to be taken care of.
The Route 1 Downs Road project is performing signal upgrades that do detect bicyclists. So that's kind of handled separately and already about to be performed. And the Commerce Drive one it also detects it. It's being replaced with a system that detects bicyclists as well. So yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there is a connection when this section is done, and that while there may be other connections possible, that one is absolutely completed as part of this particular application. So that's kind of reading it into the record. I had a question, something that actually came up at the very early in this process, and I think C101 has the best way to look at it. If you can pull up C101. There is just to the west, maybe, of the pump station, there is an access area provided, I guess, to clean out the outfall.
Correct. Yep.
My concern is, of course, that that's within the 100 feet of the stream. And my concern is also that there not be mechanized vehicles in there, which would have a potential for pushing soil, leaves, other detritus into the wetlands area and into the stream. So how are you going to clean that out?
So the intention with those is it's just really just a maintenance and access easement that just allow for if there's sediment buildup in level lip spreaders. That's why it kind of has that half H, if you will, look down at the bottom of the screen here. What we've found on other, well, this project, but also on other projects is obviously we have a pretty steep slope getting down there. So we're not anticipating trucks and stuff to actually get all the way down there. A lot of times long arm excavators from the top of the bank can help reach it, or it's actually just handwork to remove some of the sediment and stuff. So it's not really intended for, heavy machinery to get down there. It's just provided access for rights for smaller equipment to get down there.
I would prefer that there actually not be any heavy machinery on there, that it just be small and handwork, because it really is too close to Willowdale.
We can add some notes that clarify that.
Yes, please do that.
Chair, can I ask?
Yep.
So just to be clear, though, for them to build that, they will have equipment in there. And so at some point, that gets to an age where that would have to be replaced, and that would be necessary to get in there and replace all that riprap as that fills in. We've had other failures in other locations where they've had to go in and actually rebuild it. So I just want to make sure there's still the opportunity just that there is going to be instances where staff is going to be asked, or if that's a condition on the plan, that it kind of makes it a little more difficult to replace or repair. Maintenance is a different, I guess, situation. if that makes sense.
I think, okay, I think at the time that this goes, at the point at which we're ready to approve this, that we have some good language that indicates that really sets up a protection for this with, at the same time, some allowance for major work if it has to be done. But the more traffic literally that we can keep away from Willowdale Brook, the better off we are in that area. The staff has asked for you to provide to the board the DOT authorization for work within the easement area. Have you provided that?
Well, we provided language that gives us the right to do it. And I believe the latest with the town and a correspondence is that we're going to just reach out to DOT that they're aware and understand that condition that's written into the easement. So I think it's just a simple FYI to the DOT with concurrence, I believe is what we're looking for. If the town has.
If you've already reached out to the DOT.
Yeah, we've actually worked with DOT on the conservation easement on a number of occasions. So early on in the project, they indicated that these are allowed for under the easement and that we're not required every time to notify them so long as we get DEP approval. And this would be our fourth or fifth outfall that's in their conservation easement. They've had no concerns about it. So we're happy to provide a letter from them just to state that, a fresher letter, but it should be no problem because that's the.
Like they're coming to, I think it would be helpful though for staff, just because how reading the entire document, it appears that most utilities are supposed to go through, that's why there's a gap in the easement, is the intent was to go through that very wide gap. And it's the language before and after it kind of really speaks to trying to get within that gap. And if you can't, because town might require more outside of that as it grows and maybe not large enough, that there's opportunity. So if you've already gone through the process with.
Yeah, we have, and with a number of attorneys have worked on this matter. So we're happy to provide that. I mean, practically speaking, I think when they wrote that, they were thinking about access and utilities to get from point A to point B. And as you know, to do these gravel wetlands in a proper location, to actually serve the project, there need to be outfalls in a variety of locations. So we can certainly provide staff with DOT's concurrence on that.
Has Public Works approved the materials for the pavers and all of the other materials required?
everything from materials is provided in our submission. We did talk about having a meeting with Public Works subsequent to approval, and we think we could do that as part of a condition, with just to go over and make sure that there's kind of some parameters around different specs of brands and such, but we did provide all the materials in our application and our details.
My question was, has Public Works approved?
They have not.
All right, they have not, but that's required before this is going to go through, or as a potential condition of approval, but that's still not for this meeting. Does anybody else have any questions?
I have one brief question.
Sure.
For the connection, back to the bike conversation, the connection to Sawgrass Drive through Hackamore that they were discussing, that's just going to be cycle and pedestrian, is that correct?
Correct.
So there's no plan now or in the future to have vehicles go through there?
Not that we're aware of.
Yeah, I guess it hasn't been part of the conversations that you have had then.
No, it's not allowed under zoning, I believe, too, right? Zoning doesn't allow us. It'd have to be a zone change to be able to do anything like that.
Okay, great. I'm just thinking, Madam Chair and other members, if for that became a vehicular connection, there would have to be a lot more work done to Sawyer leading down to Route 1, because I can just sort of see that as sort of a cut through.
Sawyer doesn't have shoulders and would require widening, I think, for any sort of a bike lane.
Right.
So there's a lot of work to be done there. I have no more questions. I guess we will see you again. Thank you. Item 510, Preservation of Affordable Housing LLC requests a site plan review of a 4-story housing facility for physically disabled persons. The project is located at the intersection of Scarborough Downs Road and the future Market Street. Assessors map R52, lot 4. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Preservation of Affordable Housing and 3I are in front of the planning board with a site plan for a 51-unit housing facility for disabled persons. The applicant was last in front of the board at the May 15th meeting, where the board requested some more information on snow storage, landscaping, and primarily parking. In response to that, the applicant has provided 2 parking exhibits, which show how restriping of the parking lot could accommodate more spaces. I believe it was 62 and 68 spaces respectively. That's still a little bit short of what the ordinance requires under 87, but the applicants provided some rationale as to why that might work for the board's consideration. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Thank you. Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer, representing Preservation of Affordable Housing, Inc. If I could share my screen on Zoom, I don't see. There we are. I just have a brief, I'm just going to review and provide some more clarification regarding the parking contingency plan we provided. This should be coming up here, so I will be brief here. So again, 3i Home, we're excited about this project, and we heard the board's concerns at the last meeting regarding the additional parking, and want to provide the following with just some context around it. So we are proposing the 51 space plan that's shown on our site plan that was submitted, as well as what we've had at the last meeting as well. So that is what we're proposing as part of this project, and what we'd requesting to construct out there upon approvals. So that just, again, I'm just showing that here for context. We're still providing the nice Woonurf design, and then an abundance of what we're calling ADA ready spaces with the drive aisles that you can see the thicker lines here on the plan. This is the parking contingency plan 1 that we're calling it. And essentially what we did in this plan is we just restriped the parking lot to provide as many spaces as possible, and really just went to the bare code minimum for ADA spaces. So I want to clarify, this basically just removes the mostly 5-foot drive aisles for ADA spaces, but they would still be graded and accessible in that manner. So this would just provide up to 59 spaces on site and 62 total. What we're proposing as part of this contingency plan, this would be the first phase of contingency plan, if you will, is 3 spaces on Downs Road for employee parking only. So we understand some of the concerns with resident parking overnight on streets. So we're proposing just 3 spaces for employees, just in normal business hours. So we don't have to worry about snow bans and other items like that. Again, this provides 59 spaces on site. The second contingency plan, and again, this is more of a fail-safe at this point, but it'd be the exact same proposal we just had with restriping the parking lot and removing the access drives down to a bare minimum code, ADA code. It would require some reconstruction of the Wooner on the, I guess it's planned south, but it's building southwest corner with some head-in parking. Obviously, this is not our preferred plan because of some headlights that might, go into some of the residences, but this just shows additional spaces that we're providing. This goes up to 65 on site and 68 total parking spaces, utilizing the 3 for employee parking. So again, just to reiterate, we're proposing the 51 on-site parking spaces, and these are as the contingency plans. A couple other of the comments for conditions of approval in the staff memo was the landscaping maintenance plan, the addition of the grading easement that we're aware of, and the snow storage removal plan. We're happy to provide those as a condition of approval, and we're seeking a conditional site plan approval tonight. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public, either in the room or online, that would care to make a comment? Since there are no comments, the public hearing, a portion of this is closed, and now we turn to the board. Would anybody like to start this? If I don't see somebody, I'll choose Jim. Oh, Jim, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for showing the different contingencies for the parking. That helps a lot for what me personally I'm looking for. Again, not necessarily things that are to be built, but contingencies should the need arise to produce some additional parking here. So if we can go back to your contingency 1 real quick, just so that I can understand completely what it is. So in this particular one, you would be eliminating the parking, you'd be eliminating some of the ADA parking on the south side of the building, Plainview South side of the building. Just refresh me on that one.
Yeah, and it's really parking surrounding the entire site here. And I apologize, it's not lined up perfectly when I flip back and forth, but on this plan there, the plan that we're,
Just a little bit.
yeah,
Sorry, thanks.
the plan we're providing here.
Thank you.
We had a breakdown of, I believe it was close to 37 ADA parking spaces. And then I believe there's only 7 standard spaces as well as some parallel spaces, which also count as ADA. So I guess it would be closer to 43 ADA spaces. So all these vertical stripes here are the 5-foot access aisles that provide for ADA parking, that required space for ADA to meet the code ADA spaces. And what we're proposing in the contingency plan 1 is just restriping of that. So they'd go to the standard spaces, which would be 9 feet wide by 18 feet deep. Again, they're still accessible in nature. They're just not meeting the code minimum. We're still meeting code for this project. It's just so unique that we really don't know how many ADA spaces we're going to need. We're being conservative up front with the 51 showing, again, 40 of those being ADA. And this just kind of goes to the other extreme of minimum code for ADA spaces, but showing that we can provide for the 58 on site with this.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Roger.
Actually, I don't have any questions at the moment.
Thank you. Jen?
I don't have any questions per se, other than just to voice support for the parking count waiver for the 51 spaces that you're proposing. I appreciate the additional exhibits that you prepared here. And actually, can you just remind us, I think the first time that we saw this, you actually came forth with even fewer parking spaces, but it was based on understanding this is a unique use here, but like, it was like the team's estimate on necessary number of parking spaces. Can you remind us what that is?
Yeah, that was 41, and that was developed internally with the team through a variety of different mechanisms on what we thought it would fit out here. Again, we heard the board's concerns initially, raised it to 51, what we're still proposing, and then providing the contingency plans above that.
Okay. The other. So we have the same waiver, landscape waiver here that we had before.
Jen, can I just interrupt you for a moment? For
Yes.
those of you here beyond this particular applicant, it is 2 minutes of 10. We are not going to get to any other of the applicants at this meeting. That does mean that you are first up come the next meeting. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, Jen.
I think the only other, so I'm looking specifically at the waivers that are stated here in the staff memo. So the first one is similar to one of the prior items for parking lot landscaping percentages. And this one I know that we kind of talked about, I feel like at length last time. And I think that I'm okay with what's proposed, given the fact that you're able and planning to put in the row of trees. Ooh, which direction are we here? Plan right. So they won't be within the parking area, but at least, actually, what type of trees are those, you know? The symbols are shown hanging over the parking area. My guess is it's not gonna be like that for a little while, but I can't pull it up quickly enough. Witch hazel or oaks?
Just adding to that, Jen, while you pull that up, is we're also providing for, in some of these paver areas, tree grates, so
Yeah.
that those do assist with shading the parking lot in that regard. So we're still able to provide ADA spaces, but providing the trees, while they don't count towards the percentage because how small they are, the actual trees will be present within the parking area
Right,
there.
right. So a little bit similar to before. I actually really like that treatment here. I have concerns, or not necessarily concerns, because I actually have a lot of faith that the winter snow maintenance on this site in general will be probably the best of anywhere, which we tend to see on facilities with people with mobility challenges. So that'll just be like an extra navigation challenge for them, but I'm sure they'll work it out. I see on the landscaping plan that you have those two trees that are located sort of right within the parking area. And then when I first saw those on the site plan, I thought, wow, I think that's really great. I wonder if they could incorporate those into any of the stalls that are along the plan right side. But I understand what you're doing with the sort of banked, preserving your options here, I'll say. And also with generally like a thick proposal for tree planting just outside of the parking lot. I think I'm comfortable with that in terms of planting percentages. And the other, I don't have a problem with the other two waivers either, which are for roadway geometry and drive aisle reduction. And that's really all that I had.
All right, thank you. We've got a lot of paper shuffling over here. Rick or Roger? Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad I went after Jen. I wasn't here at the last meeting when lots of conversations happened with this one. But hearing and looking at your planning plan here, I can see where this is not exactly the same Although, again, I'm getting to the point where waivers become norm, and that's not the way we want developers coming to Scarborough to think that, you know, it's easy to get waivers in Scarborough, because we have them there for a reason. But the island effect and what you're doing with your planning does mitigate some of the issues that our ordinance is trying to avoid. So given that, I'm okay, I think. Well, I have to be. And the other two are, the 25 to 24 is fine. I just, again, I remember when I first saw this plan and we had the parking issue and we were much different than we are today. I made a suggestion of taking this from a 4-story, making it a 5-story, or from a 3 to a 4, I can't remember. But again, we try to maximize the footprint of the building, and then we try to fit it into the site. And I just want to be on record to say that that is a bad habit to get into. We've got to go with the site restrictions that are there and with our ordinances, and you have to put the footprint to make that work. I'm pleased to see this type of housing coming to Scarborough. I think there's a need for it, and I think it's an addition. But again, I just would urge the Downs folks to, when they looking at all these other lots, don't pick a building size and then try to make it fit in, make it work for the lot, and make it meet our ordinances. That's all I'm going to say.
Well said. Thank you. Roger?
I'm basically satisfied with everything here, and I just want to make a comment regarding waivers. Just the definition of waiver is it gives the board an opportunity to change the ordinance. That's the way I read it. And otherwise, we wouldn't have the option of even offering a waiver. So that's one of the discretions the board has. So I feel the same way about this one as I did on the previous one. So I'm ready to move on this project. And the biggest issue I had from the very beginning was the parking. And they've come up with a couple of plans, alternative plans to satisfy the parking if there's going to be more space required. So that was my biggest issue.
All right, thank you, Roger. I have a couple of things. One, I can't in good conscience can count any parking on the street because it's not reliable. What you're saying is 3 spaces for employees on the street. You're giving the employees a hunting license to see if they can find a space on the street. You can't reserve it. You can't put up a sign that says only for employees of the 3I building. So my way of thinking, that simply doesn't count. At the same time, I think you've made a real effort to demonstrate to us, because to get a waiver, the applicant has to prove to us, convince us that a waiver is appropriate. I appreciated all of the work that you did looking at some of the other locations. And while I didn't think that they were all particularly relevant to this case, you did take a look at how other locations had handled parking and parking numbers, and that's appreciated. You did your due diligence, and then you came up with some alternatives. And I think I'm comfortable enough with the alternatives to say that essentially you, between that and taking a look at some of the other cases out there, to say essentially that you've made your point. except for the on-street parking. I want to talk about a little bit about waivers. And that is a reminder to the public and the board that waiver is non-precedential. In other words, because we give it to somebody, we don't necessarily give it to somebody else. It's not automatic. Because somebody got it 3 years ago, doesn't mean we're going to do the same thing this year. A waiver is granted when we take a look at the application in front of us and the proof that the applicant has given us that the waiver is justified. I think you've justified your waiver for the site, for the number of parking spaces. I don't see a justification to reduce the minimum drive aisle width from 25 to 24 feet, but I've actually never really seen one of those in the 6 years that I've been here. It's just that, well, all of a sudden, that seems to be important. I fully aware of what just happened in our discussion with the applicant concerning the Market Street development and the proposal for the lot for the coverage for the landscape. I think you've made your point. I think what you have done, you have found an alternative to provide shade in a way that actually, in spite of the fact that it's 12.2%, covers a lot of the area of the parking lot that probably wouldn't even be covered with the landscaped islands. In other words, you've presented us with something that provides an alternative that to me says that's a waiver that's justified. So I appreciate that work that you did. I am going to ask the board at this point if it would be willing to entertain a motion. I have a potential draft motion. It did not come out pending what you folks thought about waivers, but are you willing to entertain a draft motion? That's not exactly enthusiastic. You're willing to entertain a motion? All right. I have a draft motion. Preservation of Affordable Housing, POHA, and 33I Home Site Plan Review. I move to approve the project titled 3I Home at the Downs, proposed by Preservation of Affordable Housing LLC, as depicted in plan sets provided by Goral Palmer dated 5/22/23, with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project will include construction of a 16,370 square foot, 51 unit affordable apartment complex for physically disabled persons. The project is located near the intersection of Downs Road and Market Street, as well as on proposed lot 6 of the Town Center subdivision. The board finds that per CPD zoning district standards, the use can be adequately served by fewer parking spaces than required by the zoning ordinance. The applicant has provided 2 restriping exhibits that would increase parking on site from 51 spaces to 62 and 68 spaces respectively, and shows alternative transportation provisions available in the development area. Waivers: 1, site plan review ordinance, section 4D5C, to allow 12.2% parking lot landscape coverage where 15% is the standard. 2, site plan review ordinance, section 4D2, to reduce the minimum aisle drive from 25 to 24 feet. 3, site plan review ordinance, section 4D1D, to reduce the driveway location from tangent point of the curb radius of Cross Street from 125 feet to 117 feet. Conditions: this project is located in a proposed subdivision which has not yet been approved by the board. If the subdivision process yields changes that affect this site plan, a site plan amendment is required. 2, if at any time after construction of the development, the planning department determines that actual need for parking exceeds the number of spaces actually developed, the planning department may order the owner of the property to restripe the spaces as shown in exhibits 1 and 2. If the applicant wishes to appeal this decision, the need for further spaces via restriping for exhibits 1 and 2 shall be reviewed by the planning board. 3, prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, formalize a grading easement to the adjacent lot currently proposed as Lot 1 of the Town Center subdivision. B, provide a 3 to 8 year landscaping maintenance plan as discussed in the staff memo dated 6/5/23. C, the applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419 Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. D, update the plan set as discussed at the 6/5/23 Planning Board meeting. This includes with respect to 1, providing a snow removal plan and adding notation that snow from plowable events shall be removed from the site. 2, excluding 3 on-street parking spaces from parking calculations. E, provide ability to serve determination and formal approval for water service from the Portland Water District. F, pay traffic impact fees totaling $14,352, consisting of Dunstan Corners, $8,412, Higas at Route 1, $5,940. 4, prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervised the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. 5, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 6, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meetings shall include appropriate town staff, the developer and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. For information on terms of the growth permit, this project is approved with the following mix of residential units. Number 1, 31 one-bedroom units, 2, 16 two-bedroom units, 3, 4 three-bedroom units. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger. Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Roger Beely.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
and Rick Munky.
Yes.
Thank you. Project passes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, 5.11, 112, 113, and 114 are held over until the next meeting. Staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of certificates of occupancy, the only the most recent CO that we've given is to the Atlantic House Pool House, which the board approved last year for some pool renovations and some upgrades to the pool house there. Jake Brown HVAC, which was a small commercial building on Route 1, almost at the Saco City boundary, is requesting CO inspection, so that CO will be forthcoming. In terms of training and events, I believe we updated the board last time, but just since there's a few days until each of these, there's an MMA Summit for Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals, June 7th from 4:30 to 8:30. There's an all-board summit hosted by SEDCO on June 8th from 6 to 8. And then most recently, the planning board was invited to the grand opening of the Meadows at Piper Shores, which I will forward to the board in the morning.
I would highly recommend going to that. I I got to doing an inspection for the VRF system there. It's slick looking. But I didn't get to see the bar and all that good stuff. So I'm going.
I wanted to add too, we do still have the opportunity to go to the Build Maine conference. It's Wednesday and Thursday in Skowhegan. So if you want to go, just let me know and I can try to get you in. We did pay for planning board, so anyone can go.
That's this week?
Yes.
Okay.
I wish I could go, but I've got a bunch of others. Yeah, well, okay, minor development reviews,
None at this time.
administrative amendment report.
The only administrative amendment we've received recently is the Phantom Fireworks, which was requesting accessory container approval for 4 containers to store their fireworks seasonally. These are shown behind the Cabela's building and screened by it. And that's the only.
This is usually, they usually do that every year, don't they, around 4th of July time?
Yeah, they let us know it was about early to mid-May to just
Yeah.
after the 4th of July.
Yeah.
I think there's enough vegetation between the turnpike and Cabela's where you won't be able to see it from the turnpike or from Payne Road.
You can't throw a hand grenade that far either.
Correspondence,
None at this time.
planning board comment.
I have a question.
Sure.
And it's about and involves everybody, I guess. With the issue of parking at the Downs, right? And seeing that I wasn't a part of the Innovation District when I was going down. Is there any preemptive action that we as a planning board can use? Like, is there, say we go through and approve all of these with the waivers, with the limited parking in these areas, can we in some other, a later phase or the next phase, if we don't see something like, an addressing of the parking issue, or like a multi-story garage for, like what they showed with the additional options for the 3I, they showed a worst case scenario. And I've mentioned a few times, I'd like to see a worst case scenario where a parking garage could fit on this site. Is there anything that we can do to sort of hold them to accountable, say after 3 years or 5 years after construction, after this has been approved, if we can have some measurable metric for the town to see that, well, yes, we desperately need a parking garage here, or we need something here. Can we hold Crossroads Holding to accountable for that? I guess you see what I'm saying going at? I guess, can we do something like that? Seeing that parking is an issue, seeing that, we keep bringing this up and up again. Do we say at some point, okay, we're with you on this. We're on this, we're on this journey with them right now, but we're going to want to see provisions for a parking garage here if this is an extenuating problem within 3 years or 5 years or whatever that is. Can we do that?
I think we can get close. Because in all of the iterations of master plans, they've shown parking, and they've shown more parking than we end up with. Parking here, parking there. Now, granted, a master plan is subject to change frequently. But I guess I would ask the staff if they would go back through the master plans and earlier applications and see what they promised. See if they had on those master plans areas that they reserve for parking, and then let us know if all of a sudden they're no longer there. And that includes, in the housing that we've already got. Both let us know if they're no longer there, and let us know if they're there, but they were shrunk. In other words, what's the difference, as T.S. Eliot would say, between the cup and the lip falls the shadow. Let us see, I studied English. I am increasingly uncomfortable as we get towards the center about their promises on parking, which is why I've tried to hold the line consistently on, you can't count any on-street parking, Because that's people passing through. That's people want to stop and look at something. So it's less a scorecard than taking a look at the promises. And then I think we could feel comfortable holding a conversation with them about promises kept and not kept around parking and see if we can get something firm. I'm pretty sure that the old Lot 4, the full part of Lot 4, had a section of public parking on it, where they talked at one point about perhaps a parking garage, and all of a sudden they're not talking about that. But that's my memory, and it might not be true. But if it's there, then we can hold them to it. And I would be prepared to hold them to it. Good.
Again, just going off memory, because probably I might be the only staff here from the beginning of the Downs piece, and so.
I've got most of that going back in my den in a 6-foot stack.
But I know, I'm sure Eric can go through and look at like what you're requesting, but just kind of anecdotally, I know when we've had conversations, like you had mentioned in specifically town center residential, as they're starting to get really dense, after we lessons learned from phase 1, grist mill parking, they just missed the boat on that, thinking you don't need parking for single family house lots. You do in their driveways, those kind of things. So I think there was some lessons learned, but what they kept saying was, to your point, is there was this mass amount of pavement beyond. There's always that extra, it's the existing facility that's kind of an abandoned large parking, right? They have out there, and now that they're building into it, my recollection was it was more around now, like to your point, kept pushing it, but there is still beyond, I think it's lot 3 is what they were kept pointing, or now are pointing towards, is saying there's always that paved area beyond, right? So it might be, to your point, we start looking at master plan now, like having kind of Eric go back through and see what that was for the record. I don't think we're there yet at that line, because I think they do still have some massive amount of existing impervious, but probably the next subdivision coming at you, or phase 2 of this, might be exactly that conversation. So it's probably good to have answers to that.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Angela. And I remember this when I was initially brought onto the board, looking at a lot of the past stuff. And I remember it was like lot 3 and lot 4, which is now I guess lot 7, like way off on the peripheries. This what there was a large just section of parking out there, and a big flat area like that, that's just all pavement. It's a waste of space. They could put another building there that they could sell and rent and lease, or however they want to generate funding for this. But they could also put in a multi-story parking garage that they could also generate funding from this. Less money, more money, that's not for me to decide. But to your point that you just made, Angela, we're mentioning it, and we're mentioning it consistently. And I think this last developable lot section that they're looking at, lot 3 or whatever beyond in those corners there, I think that's where it's really, for me anyways, it's going to be like, where is it? Because we saw the radius of the walking distances earlier, several months ago. There's like the 2-minute, the 5-minute, the 10-minute walk. We don't need to have a parking garage right in downtown, right at the T intersection. That's not necessary. It can be on this periphery in lot 3 or lot 4 or 7 or whatever it is now. Or wherever it should be. I think you can still walk everywhere within a reasonable amount of time. So I think we are approaching the end, and I'm agreeing with both of you. We're as we approach this, the end of basically, giving all of these to them. I think we do start looking at just saying, where is this going to be? And like, no more waivers, no more of this. Build within your footprint, and sort of live within your means, so to speak.
Yeah, I think I think if we have the facts in front of us and the promises in front of us, then it's a lot easier to stare at them and say, look, guys, yeah, this is what you promised. It's hamburger today, hamburger tomorrow, but never, whatever he said, it's just never today. It's always parking is tomorrow. So I think we really do need to take a hard look at that. And I don't think necessarily we need parking far on the periphery, if the town center is to be vital, it needs people there from outside of the downs. And they're not walking. They're driving. And I'm less than a mile away, but I'm driving, I believe I'm gonna drive too.
I have. to.
So I think,
I think the Gateway Garage is a great indicator or a great model for mix because they have suites on the outside of it and it was all designed. That was back in the Joe Wishcamper day. And they were always filled.
Doesn't look like a garage.
Right,
Yeah.
right. It's retail space. That's where I worked out of for a while.
well, there's a development that was going in Westbrook that some of which ARPA funded, that took over a parking space,
Facility?
yeah.
Vertical harvest.
Parking garage.
The committee I'm on, the ARPA Advisor Committee funded a chunk of that. And we funded most of the changes to the sewer system under it. In other words, all of the utility area. But there is a parking garage. There is a micro grow, a hydro grow up the side of the parking garage. And at one point they had planned to put 18, 20 apartments for housing for the elderly on the top of the parking garage, accessible with gardens. But then the price of steel went sky high during COVID, so I don't know if that ended up going, but they had the designs for it. Now, I can't remember the cost of it. I think something around 18 million. So it's not necessarily something that can go in, but there are things that can be done that don't have to have a giant parking garage sitting there, but can have some alternatives. And I guess, I think I'm with Jim here, that we really need to get a handle on it now.
Yeah, I just want to add that as long as they keep coming forward with site plans that show surface parking sufficient for the building program on that site, they're never going to come and say that structured parking is justified. So I don't know the financials, I don't know the metrics either, but at some point it's got to be worth it, right? To like have more buildings on there's a lot of information out there about the value of space in a parking space versus 2 or 3 stories of whatever you're going to put in that building. So I think until we start seeing more, we heard comments about it tonight about maybe your building's too large. Well, sure, maybe it is too large for what's being presented today, but if that was supplemented with, if the concern is for parking, there's ways that you can mitigate that with structured parking. You provide parking available somewhere else. So I think it's a good idea to go back and look at kind of what the bigger vision was and where that might fit in a way that's logical. And yeah, I agree. It probably doesn't have to be like ground zero right in the middle, but you can also sort of disguise structured parking or, have it be part of a mixed use site configuration so that it serves a bunch of different uses.
Yeah, I think I think the commercial operations would really appreciate the ability to bring more people in. Or events on the green, things like that. That's what they're gonna need.
Yeah.
And those are the folks who are gonna come in and need parking. Not everybody's gonna ride bicycles in.
Right.
No,
But I do hear you about the off-street parking or the on-street parking. We have a snow ban. Where are those cars that park?
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a part of this construction. Just show us a footprint, make it a surface law for right now, but show that the ground underneath can support a structure in the future. And that's what that 3 to 5 years would look like. You can measure it out because we can't predict the future here, but we can be as prepared as we can for it. And they can just give us that square of what's going to be and show what it could be, worst case scenario, just like what they did here with 3I. They can do that.
yeah. Roger?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because I've felt the same way about this project, that there should be anticipation of having a garage or something. And I find it kind of interesting down in Biddeford, where they have the new Lincoln Hotel. Right where the incinerator is, they have a parking garage right smack in the middle of town. And I've mentioned this previously, you go down to Portsmouth and they have a terrific parking garage. Rates, and it's very inexpensive, right smack in the middle of town. So it seems to me there must, the planning professionals must have it somewhere in their, the guidebooks or something. That you say to developers, listen, you can't go any further at this point with surface. I used to have an office on One City Center in Portland. I used to look down on Commercial Street and all I saw was pavement, parking lots. Now it's all being developed, but there's actually a term, an economic term regarding undervalued property. You know, surface parking is in a city is basically undervalued property. Especially when you have acres of it, like I used to look at.
No parking in it, you can't get into.
Yeah, so I mean, at some point, and I also think the market's gonna play a role here too, because they're gonna find that at some point, some commercial development is not gonna wanna go in there because they'll be concerned about parking. They want people coming to their place.
Mhm.
And it's, you know, it's the same dilemma we have with the Nonsuch Brewery. You know, I mean, the thing is, if you go there and there's no parking, well, you just go someplace else. And so the market will come into play at some point too, but all I can think of is we have to keep stressing to them the need to do this.
But I think, I think we do need to keep stressing and we need our ducks in a row to do that. So we need to take a hard look at what that parking need could be in the future, and where it could go, and we need to get them online now with no, you cannot put another apartment building in that space because that's parking.
Yeah.
We need to make it very clear to them. I would prefer I go down to Portsmouth to shop because I can park rather than go to Portland.
That's expensive.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's because they have to pay for your computer.
This is mine. I bought this. It's cheap.
Anything else? Motion to adjourn, please.
Motion so moved.
Okay, I believe all in favor. I don't see anybody against it. We are adjourned. Thank you, guys.